Gamers, hello, how is everybody doing today? Hope you're all doing well and hope you're ready to continue our Hungary game where we're getting kind of big, you know? Like, I'm just saying, we've taken land from Bohemia, we've taken Krakow from Poland, we are integrating our subjects in the Balkans, we've taken Constantinople. Things are looking pretty good. We reconquered some land for our colonial nation down there in Egypt. So things are looking pretty good for us at the moment. We'll see if there's anything that pops up to slow us down. Now, one of those things that will slow us down is the fact that Naples is in a personal union with the Ottomans in Georgia. So taking any more land in the Balkans is quite the investment. But we're going to try and get around some of those problems. Because the Ottomans are allied to two people. They're allied to France, who I don't really want to fight, and they're allied to Halych, who I will fight. So I think the idea is that we attack Halych to break the Ottomans away from France, and then we attack the Ottomans. We take the Ottoman land that's on the Balkan side of the Bosphorus, and then we could just build forts there. There's already one in Constantinople. And then they have to cross into that in order to support Naples in the Naples Wars. And so hopefully that allows us to siege down everything inside of the Balkans that we want to take from Naples as we continue to do those wars. We'll see, though. We'll see. Hello, Bandito, Markabark, Meister Antho, Froyo, Sundalis, then 6. Hope you're all doing well today. Need to get your paper up? That's true. We need more paper. Empire runs on paper, apparently. It's just, that's kind of the way it is. Not only do we need more paper in general, but very specifically, we need more paper in some of our newer trade nodes. Because, I've been mass building up the merchant merchant quarters, the level 2 marketplaces. And they require a lot of paper, apparently. So, gotta make sure that we're kind of keeping up with that. But that's fine, because we can just make more money. We have like mass built out a couple of cities. Our capital, Buda, is building, I think, like 100 levels of buildings. And then Constantinople's building like 300 buildings. We dumped, I think, close to 50,000 ducats into Constantinople, which is not gonna ever pay itself back, by the way. Just so we're all clear, I just did that because I wanted to. Optimally, probably not the best use. Then again, sitting with 50,000 ducats doesn't really do anything. You're just sitting on the money, so you might as well throw it in there somewhere. And so that's what we did. We integrated, I think Transylvania was yesterday, and also North Muntenia, right? It was the western part of Wallachia. That's what we annexed, and now we're annexing the eastern part of Wallachia. Then we're going to work on annexing the stuff inside of Serbia, I think. Well, at least the Serbian cultured locations, because we will be able to accept that for super cheap. Any way to remove a state privilege without losing 150 stab? So, I'm assuming that this is like a noble privilege in the early game for you. What you need to do is weaken the nobles, usually by increasing crown power, but also by empowering other estates. So in the beginning of the game, you're kind of out of luck. You can't really do much to weaken the nobles. You need to build up your burghers, build up your clergy, build up your crown power, and eventually it will bring their power back down, and then you can revoke it for like 30 stability or something like that, where it's not as bad. Though it will be a big hit to their loyalty. So maybe do that during the parliament, maybe have enough money for a bribe as well to make sure that they don't have a rebellion that you don't want to deal with. Let's see, what else from yesterday? Oh, we built up a pretty large professional army. So we've got like we got more than 3 full stacks that are able to run around. Paying a little bit more attention to supply limit, because that was kind of destroying our food and our armies. We never really figured out how the supply depots were supposed to work. Like, hypothetically, you're supposed to be able to automate it to... Why is my camera laggy? Hello? I don't know why it's doing that. But yeah, I never figured out how the supply depots worked or anything like that. But we are having professional armies, and they are doing damage, a lot of damage. They're very good for us now. A few decades then, yeah, at least. What's the makeup of it for us? I think it's like one infantry to one cavalry, maybe even one infantry to two cavalry. But that's because we have 20% cav power from special technology. So our cavalry are pretty good to have. So that's why I've chosen to have a lot of them. Plus we have lots of horse RGOs, so it's not too expensive. Well, I mean, it is expensive to have these professional troops. I think we're spending close to like 500 ducats a month or something to have them. But, you know, we're being aggressive and we're fighting the largest powers around us. So sometimes fighting two of them at the same time. So, you know, we have to have an outsized military potential. I think we have around 45,000 professional troops. And then I can raise an additional 20,000 levies still if I need to. So coming out around 60 to 70,000 troops that we can raise on our own, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. And unless we have to fight France and Bohemia at the same time, we'll do all right. We'll do all right. We definitely don't want another war like that, because those wars are tough, and tough wars are bad. The game rewards tall play much more than wide. Yes and no. I feel like tall and wide is not a good way to think about EU5. It's more of like, what can you exploit? That's what it comes down to. Some places are better at being your traditional wide than others. Some places are better at your traditional tall than others, right? Italy is pretty good for playing tall. Lots of cities, right? Hungary, though, also good for playing tall because you already have a lot of locations with a lot of different RGOs. But the tall of Hungary is very different than the tall of Italy, right? Italy, it's like hyper-urbanization. You urbanize almost everything. Hungary, we're not really doing that. We just want to keep exploiting the RGOs here because we have so many, and some of them are very, very good that we can just keep making money, and then we can trade the gold, the silver, and the dyes and whatever, and we make the money from that. So it's like a different kind of tall. But would it be like traditional tall gameplay? Not really. You know, I'm owning a lot of land, like a lot of land. But it definitely incentivizes you to use your pops efficiently. Did my subjects ever figure out how to fix Egypt? What do you mean by fix Egypt? Do you mean like for it to not collapse again? I was just less greedy. I took less land. So it owns the Philistine province, the one next to it, which is like all desert. And then like the first bit of the delta, if you like go in from that direction. That's all we took. Last you saw was in a very bad place? Philistine? Yeah. Well, I think that's what it's called. The province. Or at least that's what the colonial nation that we released there initially was named. Philistine with an F. I don't remember what it's actually called when we look at it. The one where Jerusalem is. No, our colonial nation's fine. I'm not sure when you last saw it. Maybe it was when they declared a war and called me into it when we were already at war with the Nog coalition. That's what I'm going to call it now. The Nog. The Naples, Ottomans, Georgia Personal Union. The Nog Union. We had already declared war on them, so I couldn't really get down there and help them out. But for whatever reason, the AI didn't try and siege down my colonial nation. I don't know if it's because it was a defensive war on the AI's part, like on the Republic of Seminode's part. And so the AI was like, oh, I just need to defend. It's a defensive war. And that's why they didn't do it, or some other reason. but they didn't really do anything. And eventually I got down there and then we won. How long till EU5 Amanar? It's going to be a while. I would say, like, best case, like, is the fastest it's going to come out, probably a year. That's like, I mean, and that's probably talking like only Canor releasing. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they can really do the bit by bit releasing of different regions like they could in EU4, because EU5, there's so much relied upon for goods and RGOs around the world for the economy to work, that if you just don't add in like somewhere that grows spices, like you would have to totally go in and rebalance every single region and pop group over and over and over again for every new region you add. And I don't know if that's something they would want to do, but again, this is just speculation. I don't know anything. Best case scenario, probably a year. Realistically, year and a half, 2 years. Now you don't need to budget your finances for a new gaming rig 1 year from now. Hey, that's pretty good. Good budgeting. But I do look forward to the EU5 Ambanar. I do. It will be a good time, whether there is lots of content on release or not. I'll be there. I'll be ready to play. You know I'm ready to head into those mountains. You know, I'm ready to get in there. We got a diggy hole, and that's what it comes down to. Okay, let's get into the game, shall we? Short yapping, long gaming. Hey, Vlacon. Keep grows bigger, invented guns. Nice. 2,500 standing army with 200 cav, 100 cannons, rest men at arms. Nice. I guess as MR devs themselves don't even know yet. That would be correct. I mean, to be fair, the game came out 2 days ago. So, like, you know, 2 days is not exactly enough to get a good grasp on how you would go about it. At 47 Prestige, praying to God for Prestige event. That's so real. That's so real. Some of these Prestige requirements for certain decisions and whatnot are brutal. Absolutely brutal. Like, I want to make my own Patriarchate, but I need 80 Prestige. 80. Do you remember how much we struggled to get to 70? Now I'm actually getting to 80. Also, I know my camera's laggy. It is what it is. You took the fattest nap? Nice. Nice. A good nap's always good. I have not napped in a while. It would be cool to see Green Tide and Rose Wars happen in Amanar. I doubt we will. I'm pretty sure they're going to go for a 1444 start. Pretty confident in that. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so we are the... Oh, you guys probably want to see the game, I guess. I guess I could show you the game too, if you wanted. If you wanted to look. So we are the Hungarian Empire. We're doing pretty well. We have been integrating subjects. We have a coastline. We are building up cities along those coastlines. I say building up the cities. I'm not really doing a ton of direct investment into them, even though I really should be. But I've really been focused over here on trying to get all this land that we took from our subjects over here and making it all good. We've expanded the RGOs and whatnot, so we're waiting on a lot of pops to be able to fill in their jobs. We're about to have a Lutheran revolt. And where are we going to get those popping up? Lutheran revolt. Wow, that's a lot of Catholic zealots. That is a lot of... That's going to be a big civil war. Yeah. They get 0.48 from a lack of control. Our negative tolerance doesn't help. Events don't help. Yikes. Only 43,000 Lutheran zealots, though, so that won't be too bad. We'll just have to smack it down real quick. But the Catholic one will be big. I was going to do something with this parliament. I remember saying it yesterday. I'm thinking because my troops are over here near Bohemia, that was the plan. But then I look at this and I see that Naples is allied Bohemia, and Egypt and Seminode are here because of the coalition. And now I'm thinking maybe that wasn't the plan. Maybe I was going to go after Halych, but for that, I just need to make this spy network, so I wouldn't need it there. I was not going to go to war with Poland. I probably should have written it down, what I was planning to do. Was I going to go after Naples directly and just fight Bohemia? Because that sounds like a bad idea. Sounds like a real bad idea on my part. Saying that I'm stronger than them. I am stronger than them, but not by much. To be fair, army levy combat power of Hungary is much lower than Bohemia. Huh. Well, yeah, it's because I have professional troops. Did Poland deck? Did Poland deck me? No. Let's let a month pass so everything can update. Deck on Ottomans, make Biz vassal. I think Biz cores are gone. Yeah, Byzantium doesn't have cores anymore. Double-decker Albania. This Albania is a kingdom and a fiefdom under Naples. This Albania is a subject under Athens. And then Athens is a subject under Naples. That's why. Why is Naples trying to hug your belly like a belt? Because they're greedy, that's why. They're greedy. I don't remember what I was going to do with this parliament. I do remember that I said that I needed to go into Transylvania and start looking at adjusting stuff. Apparently I could build some RGOs. Not many, but a couple. Alright. Always expand RGOs for us. But we were looking and we were noticing that there's a lot of towns in here in Transylvania. The question is, do I care? I think the answer is no. I don't think I do. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. There's still plenty of rural locations around. It's not a huge deal. Can any of these become cities? I think I checked. Yeah, they're all sitting around 20,000. That's at 9,000. That's pretty bad. Why don't you become a rural location again? 44,000. You can be a city. Let's do that. We do want to make cities where we can. Speaking of, you can be a city. 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 Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We are, well, I shouldn't say uh-oh. It's a good thing. But I can just make all of these into cities now. Because their pops have reached the 30k threshold. Gior? Yeah, let's go. Fehérvár can be a city. Nógrád, it's still no. Korpona, still no. You're no. Okay. Down here it's 22,000. You're 34,000. Why don't we make you into a city? You into a city. This is crazy. I didn't realize how many places we had available for pops down here that were ready to go and be upgraded. Oh my god. I'm out of money. I built too many damn cities. It's a good problem to have, I guess. You know, I'm not complaining. We'll just hyper-urbanize the few urban locations that we have. Another person joins the coalition. Okay, we just have one more place that needs to be turned into a city. And then I think that's good. So none of the stuff over here can be citied up yet. Nor these. That's close, though. That's very close. So is that one. I said I need to start remarrying my nobles. Okay, we're going through tax. That's fine. Okay, get you upgraded. Cool. Croatia Megapolis? Pretty much. Well, it's just that this is the only place I can actually get sailors. And I do want to build a navy. So I need to just city it all up. So that way I can get more control. Because remember that cities give additional control, I believe. Yeah, being a city gives 10% control. Meanwhile, a town gives probably 5%, if I had to guess. No, it doesn't give anything. So, by just citying everything up down here, it makes these coastal locations much better for us. I mean, that's 39 control just for existing. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I'm still getting pop-ups about the line. Hallich insult? That's fine. What was I going to do with that damn parliament? I can't walk here because it's winter time. Criminal. Criminal. I don't think I have any other rebels. It's just this one. Let me in! Let me in! Yeah, and then they get to be Diplo-hegemon in Bohemia. I will rival Bohemia, but I think it's only because I'm in a rebellion. We are building paper down here in these two locations, so that's pretty fine. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Italy core? It's not cored. It is integrated. I could upgrade it to a city. I suppose why not? There's no harm. What else am I going to spend the money on? So I can upgrade that to a city as well. We have a little bit of trade going on here. We have 8,000 pops available as well. I mean, I could build a bunch of printers workshops here, or even the paper workshops. Build some paper. We've integrated Burgess. And that's over here, I believe. Yeah, right here. I just decided that we were going to keep this and not release it as a vassal. It will have bad control for a while. Bulgarian is not an accepted culture in our country. So we, you know, we gotta get rid of them, or we have to accept them. I think the unfortunate answer for them is they're gonna go. Okay, we are assimilating Bulgaria as of right now. But is that the same? No, I need area. No, this is the Thrace area. Well, I could do that. I think I'd rather focus on converting land to Orthodox is the thing. And getting rid of all the Catholic stuff. Or at least most of the Catholic stuff, you know? Like, I don't want to have huge Catholic rebels every once in a while. Like, these Catholic rebels are going to be big. We're Diplo-hegemon again. I don't really know why are the Catholics so mad? So greedy of them. So greedy. What was I going to do with this damn parliament? What was I going to do? Oh, right. I can't get Cleanse Heresy on Hallich now because, well, you know, I'm Orthodox too. So I guess that's what I'm gonna do. Use my parliament to go to war with Halych. Now when I do this, I'm gonna go with Georgia, Smolensk, and the Ottomans. We can send... we can send these 3 south. And you 2 can go into Halych territory, I think. And we'll see how it goes. You know, technically got super cursed? What do you mean super cursed? We look great. Catholic influence in the cabinet. Honestly, it's fine. You'll get over it. He's one of the good ones. Don't worry, okay? He doesn't care if we're doing our whole thing. I'm sorry. With a new market in Santiago, we do not understand why Poland thinks that the Dakla market is not good enough. In Santiago, huh? Well, that sure is something. that sure is something. Now we are doing some explorations right now. Actually, only one. Okay. Well, I guess we just keep exploring some stuff here. I don't see anywhere that I can colonize yet. I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to colonize because I don't know if it counts from this location or not. Madagascar usually isn't fully colonized, so I'll go and explore there as well. I guess I'll just keep exploring India too. So that way, maybe we can get into the pepper trade. We'll see. We gotta find someone who'll be willing to sell us a province or let us build buildings in their territory. Separate peace Ottomans for more of Thrace? No, I think the plan will be to... The plan will be to break their alliance with France. Yeah, we gotta break the Ottomans' alliance with France. So then we can come back and do a war against the Ottomans to grab all this land. Though I might take these 2 locations in the war just so I can walk to Constantinople when we're in peace. Alright, fabricate CB on Halych for... I don't know if this... We're not actually going to take anything. I just need the CB. Why did you 2 not move down? Well, now we have to wait even longer. Why is half the flag French? Because we have the Anjou dynasty, which is a French dynasty. Oh, Naples, are you at war? Nope, that's just a professional army. Nobility grateful for our favor. We gain 5,000 ducats dues. Yippee. Upgrade to empire cost, minus 25%. Well, a little late on that one. Still have massive Catholic population in Polish land? Yes, we do. And I think in Krakow, we want to build an Orthodox monastery for the pop conversion speed. 65 influence? Oh, because it's over its building cap. Yikes. Yikes. The thing is, there's 203,000 pops there. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to convert that, realistically speaking. I need to spend this money somehow. We have 30,000 pops available here. So, what province is this? This one? It's marble and silver. Okay. So how do you feel about jewelry? They feel pretty good. Let's build a bunch of jewelers guilds. Max out the spinners guild. Always more books. Think about it. Think about it. There's always more books to be built, folks. You can never have enough. Okay, we don't need the brewery here, nor the Distillers Guild. The dye maker isn't making very much money. Okay, like I want to put all these pops to work, but these pops are not as important to me as other pops. I could pay a little bit more for my Diplo spending to keep being the Diplo hegemon. The fact that we're very belligerent doesn't help me keep Diplo hegemon, to be fair. No, and now our really bad king is in charge. He's so super bad. He's so bad. A 22, 25, 39 is just so bad. His kid is looking like he might be all right. But even then, like, what is that? What is that? Bad admin. Very bad admin. But it is what it is. We have no crown characters available to put in the cabinet. Did this character have any sisters that I could put in the cabinet? No, she got married off. Who did that? Who married her off? How dare they? This admin guy seems fine. This guy here. We'll put him in. Make sure he's converting. Hey, Leos, right? Right? Am I remembering? Am I remembering good? Is my brain working? Maybe? Is it possible? Does streamer make brain work one time? It'd be huge. Zimbabwe Coast, that's great. I will rival France now. Where'd my money go? Oh, right. I guess my crown power went down. Man. I hate this guy. Fulop, you're the worst. You suck. I wish you died. That way your son can take over. Well, technically your wife would take over, but that'd be fine too. She's pretty good. Yes, Grandpa, your memory's still great. Thank you. $20,000 ducats, making 700 ducats now. Where's my money going? I don't know. 620. I mean, that does feel like a lot. Great power number hegemonies, but my crown power went down, so that definitely reduces it. I have 2 expensive educations going right now, which is a lot. And I have a decent amount of aristocracy. I mean, it's fine, but I missed when I was... Like, we were just making 1,300 ducats a month. And now we're making 800. Like, that's a huge swing. Huge swing. Alright, but let's get to war. Hold on, I gotta close my window. Dogs barking and cars driving. How dare they? How dare they make noise when I'm trying to play EU5? What was the H.R. Emperor quote? I speak French to God, Greek to women, Serbian to man, Hungarian to my horse. Something like that. How do you decide which town to upgrade to a city? Yeah, I'm gonna be so real with you. At this point, if I can upgrade something into a city, I'm doing it. Really, I don't see a reason to keep a town over a city. Unless you want to lower the pop capacity in a certain location. But cities are just so nice. Like cities... Okay, towns do give 5 control. I don't know why I didn't show it on the one we looked at. Like cities give more possible higher class pops, more pop capacity, both flat number and percentage-wise. Like, this is a town, and then we go and we look at a city. And it's like, okay, damn, that's a lot of good stuff. More building levels supported, more pop promotion speed, more construction capacity and construction speed. Like, they're just good to have. Why are there 2 Albanians? Do I need to do I need to make a command for the 2? I'm just gonna annex Albanians, okay? That's my next task. After these wars, I'm taking out Albanians because everybody keeps asking me. This is a direct subject under Naples. The southern Albania is a subject under Athens, and Athens is a subject under Naples. So one of them is the Kingdom of Albania, the other one is the County of Albania. You don't know why there are 2. Why not 3? Why not we just keep making more Albanias? Why not? For fun. Okay, Halich, you're up. I'm gonna go there. You need to move in here. Does everyone have a general? It's a little late to be checking now, I will admit. They do. Apparently I have armies that are starving. What the frickety frack do you mean? I have armies that are starving. They should be fine. Every single one of them should be fine. Okay, you should not be allowed to walk through Constantinople, but you can. Average AI benefit towards ignoring zone of control. You can walk up and around Naples. You two are going to stick around here. So that way if the Ottomans do try and cross, that we have people available. Honestly, I bet my subjects will take care of this over here. Do I really want to risk my subjects actually being useful though? Yeah, I probably can. I probably can, and I can just rely on... Okay, and they immediately walk away. I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. Even for half a second, I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. And they just immediately went, nah, you shouldn't have done that. You simply should not have trusted me like that, you fool. Okay, I need 2 things down here. I need... max merchant quarters, and then I need to find whoever has the most pops, and I need to build paper workshops. Now, do I have any fiber crops down here? I do, and it has been towned over quite a bit, but that's okay. So this, how many pops do you have? 7,000. I can work with that. But you're a town and not a city, so I think I'll skip out on making the paper there and instead make the paper... who's got the most available? You've got 10,000. 3,400. Yeah, a lot of these cities are kind of full on pops, but you're not. So why don't you... can't... Okay, look at that. You already have 8 levels of paper workshops. It's like a match made in heaven. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Pest market. Okay, those are pop demands. 69 units of fur is crazy. A lack of 69 units of fur is wild. Absolutely wild. Alright, we're crossing over. We're getting out of here. We're invading the Ottomans. I have to piece them out. We gotta show them what's good. And then it automatically gives everything over here to my colonial nation. Okay, that's just farmlands, flatlands. So we do want to fight these guys. No way. Can you not cross over straits? Okay, you can. You can. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We are fighting the Ottomans, though. Their morale is breaking. They also don't have any reinforcements, and we have a few. We're still filling the frontage, and they are not. Like, we are decimating their troops. And I'll bring these 11,000 troops in to reinforce. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. That's what I love to see. 17,877 losses to 2,769. Ooh, that must hurt. That must be embarrassing. So-called Scourge of Europe falling off. Though, to be fair, they're not really the Scourge of Europe in this run, but that's besides the point. That's besides the point. We're going to go here. I do know that they're unsieging Galibaloo, but that's okay. We'll get it back. I want to get another reinforcement tick. I'm going to have to transfer everything here over to me. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, right? Of all the problems in the world to have, having to transfer occupations over, not that bad. I do want Bursa. I do want to hurt the Ottoman economy here. The thing is, a lot of their high control areas are further in here. But if I can occupy Bursa, that will really hurt them. Whoa. Where are you landing? You're gonna do a naval landing in Constantinople. Come at me. Wait, you only get a -1? Interesting. I thought it was gonna be a -2. Also, this general sucks. We gotta get him out of there. I mean, we're still doing crazy damage. I didn't even need to bring those troops back to reinforce. Our professional armies are apparently good now. They're very, very good now. Okay, you're a better general. It will take time for him to get here, 28th of April, but that's okay. Do need to reinforce. Oh, you know what I forgot about? The other part of the war. Up here. I straight up forgot about these guys. Oops. That is farmlands, flatlands. Only levies. They don't fill the frontage. They should be good to move in here. This general is decent. You can step down there. Oh. Okay. You can walk back to here now. I didn't reinforce that garrison, so I need to get in the habit of doing that. Can we reinforce? No. But we are doing lots of damage, so I didn't even need to reinforce. We have a month tick. Let's occupy this location, then we'll walk back. Okay, you're going after Bursa. You need to secure the rest of this territory. So that way the Ottomans stop re-raising these 500 troops that I keep putting down. There we go. Grab Selenik. Ottomans, I want you to break your alliance with France. Preferably with Halych as well. That's it. That's all I'm asking for. It's really not that much. Like in the grand scheme of things. Okay, you're going to take a step back into friendly territory. So you can reinforce. You're still sieging. Forgot to refill it again. Well, it's fine. We're close enough to it. We've gained a core up here. Which, yeah. I don't know why it wasn't a core immediately, because... it's a core because it finished integrating. Because we have Lesser Polish as an accepted culture. So technically, we could somewhat justify, at least in our heads, grabbing all of Lesser Polish. I do see that Hungarian is becoming the dominant culture here in Slovakia. I promise, I haven't been converting them, okay? I think we're just outgrowing them. The God is good. 10 prestige event. Orthodoxy on top once again. You're gonna step out and protect this. Okay, they don't want to. They don't want to frick around there. Okay, I'm gonna send you through to make sure that there's no one hiding on any of these locations. All right, now you're gonna come back around and help occupy Ottoman stuff over here. You should be fine. You've gotten a recovery tick, but you're still gonna pop out. Fight there. Push them back. All even. Boom. Refill the garrison for you. Generals get traits. There are general traits. Yes. There are. This one has faster reinforcement speed, which is actually like super, super nice on professional armies. Like reinforcement speed is brutal for armies in general. It can take a very long time for them to actually reinforce. Yikes. That was a bad fight for us. Well, it was fine. It was just a lot of morale lost. Alright, we've taken this. We'll transfer that over to the Hungarian Empire. You can grab here, and we're going to just start occupying the Ottomans. You've recovered, and you can start to siege this down. It'll all work out. It'll all be good. This kid is slow, unfortunately. I will put him into admin, though, just in case. Here, I want to make my way towards Ottoman capital. I don't love the idea of this fight, but yeah, no, I don't love the idea of this fight. You gotta go. Now this fight, I'm a little bit more open to. It's hills, it's forest, which means there's going to be reduced frontage, which is going to benefit our professional troops more. And I don't know if they get a river crossing here. We do have a bigger army. Our commander's better though. I feel pretty good about that fight. I don't think we need to reinforce it. If we do end up losing, well, it is what it is. They also have lower morale because they've been moving. So now the Ottomans are stuck with a -2. It's a good thing because they rolled really well. They still have 5% more discipline than we do. They have 5% from one of their special technologies. And then they also have primacy of the nobility, which gives 5%. That is brutal. Yeah, that gives their nobles 100% power, though. Something that I don't think I want at this point. But as long as we engage quickly, we should hopefully be able to do some pretty good damage to them. Because, like, full frontage, we can get 4 units onto each of the sections. So the fact that they're coming in with 19,000 doesn't mean anything. Because they just can't... They can't push all their levies up into the fight at one time. Rex, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. You just got done with your classes for the week. Now you can finally play EU5. Nice. Nice. Is fiber crops the only production method for paper, or just the most efficient one? Neither. Technically, the most efficient one is using cloth, I think. So I know that there is a production method for cloth. There's one that uses fiber crops, and there's one that is cloth and lumber to make it. And the cloth and lumber make more. Like, this only makes 1 paper. This makes 1.1 paper. The thing is, we have a lot of fiber crops that we've been building up, and we don't have a lot of cloth that we've been building up. I suppose we could have done that. We have a decent amount of wool, and we still could. Like, we could adjust it to where we have some paper being used by cloth and wool and whatnot, and maybe that's something that we should consider doing. But for right now, we haven't been doing that. This has 14,000 people here. Maybe we'll turn this into a big cloth producer. We'll need to wait until we get that tech, though. I do think we're working on it. Right now, we're unlocking tanning workshops. And then... yeah, and then it's the cloth workshops. And then fine cloth, too. What does intelligence agency give? Counter-espionage? Meh. Meh. Decimal, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. And Malik, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Sorry for the dumb question. There are no dumb questions. Unless you ask if the cube is evil or not. That is a dumb question. Everybody knows the answer is yes. How do you upgrade buildings? When you click on the button, it creates the new version, but the old one stays there, and it takes full amount of laborers as a new building. Yeah, it's just lying to you. You just have to click the upgrade button and just build the new buildings, and it will replace the old ones. It's definitely a weak point in the UI on that, because it is a little weird, but it will just replace it. The cloth round is super strong because you also get taxed on making the cloth too. True. True. Like, the cloth is the better way to make paper. Without a doubt. It's just that because... well, I guess we could have done it in a different way, where instead of building so many fiber crop rural buildings, we could have built more sheep farm rural buildings, and then we could have either built the rural sheep farms, which are technically less efficient, but we can tax them more efficiently, or just hyper invest into making cloth as well. So we could have gone about it in a different way. And I mean, we still might need to, right? Like, we're almost out of fiber crops in the pest market. So maybe we should transition into more of a cloth producer to make our paper more efficient as well. Lax cabinet member. Who died without my permission? I think it was our, like, cousin-in-law or something. Why don't you go in there? Because you're going to die soon, and then I can put someone different in. Kind-hearted. Conciliatory monthly war exhaustion. I suppose that's fine. Are we occupying the Ottoman market? We are. We are. If we take the market capital, we could properly mess up the Ottomans for all eternity. That's true. I don't know how that would work, though, with yoinking their market center, because I can't move it to my capital, so I don't know if I'm actually going to be allowed to steal it or not. Fetcat, thank you for the follow. Considering scooping the game, what are the good and bad in your opinion? I mean, I think it's fun, so that's good. Like, I think it's fun. There's a steep learning curve. It does require a lot of playtime. Like, it's a big time investment to play the game. It is, it's very focused on the well, I should say it's more focused on the economy side than something like EU4 was. So you do have to, like, kind of interact with the economy system in order to do a nation building. It's kind of hard to just say, like, the good and the bad, because I don't know what exactly you individually would be looking for. Some of the UI stuff isn't good, but a lot of it's fine. Like, it's really difficult, though, for me to judge that. But I'm enjoying it, and I think that's good. I like playing games that I find fun, and I'm having a lot of fun with this. But I would say the biggest downside is just going to be that initial learning curve. It's not for everybody. Also, we obliterated those Ottoman troops. Now we need to go back and reinforce this stack for sure. Are you landing 500 troops over there? Why are you so annoying? I hate that these small little stacks can unsiege absolutely anything. Old wreck. I'm not losing prestige. I'm not losing prestige. I have 53 prestige right now. How much religious influence do I have? 79. If I can just get super lucky and get lots of prestige, we may be able to found our own patriarchate. It can't be worse than the Civ 7 release. Well, it's definitely not worse than the Civ 7 release. But I would push back that the Civ 7 release wasn't good. I enjoyed Civ 7 for the little bit that I played it. It wasn't the release that was the problem. It was just long term the game was the problem. But initially, I had a lot of fun with it. They unsieged another thing. That is one of the annoying parts of warfare. Is because the AI gets to raise these levies and they just re-raise them all the time. There's always these little stacks running around that will just unsiege or re-siege any land you take that doesn't have a fort on it. You can go back to converting stuff. Try and reduce the amount of rebels that we're going to have in this big old Catholic uprising that's going to happen. And it will happen. I mean, part of this is because I've taken a lot of land with low control that has Catholics in it, like over here. So maybe I should be focused on converting over here instead. Even though a lot of this is also Orthodox now. We just have a lot of Catholic pops. 1.6 million Catholic pops. And we don't have great tolerance of heretics. Minus 4.21. Because I destroyed heretic autocephalous patriarchate. Does that last forever? Because I'm now Orthodox. So it doesn't really make much sense that I would get the negatives here, right? Like, I've seen the true faith I have converted. Eyeball, thank you for the follow. No, it just takes a while? Okay. God forbid, you destroy one patriarchate and all of a sudden, people of that religion hate you forever. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? I'm just gonna watch my subjects' troops die here. I gotta get the siege. It's important. It's very important that I get the siege. Oh, no you don't. Oh, no you don't. I'm reoccupying that. Disney's pretty steep, but you like that? Huge Vicky fan, so you think you like the economy focus? Okay, well, from what I've heard from big Vicky 3 heads, is that the economy of EU5 is not as deep, but it does touch on more things. So it's like it's a different approach to economy, but like there is still something there. Like there's still systems to interact with. And a good base that they could build upon, depending on how they want to expand mechanics as time goes on. You should wait a year or two to skip a Paradox game, but at least looks pretty decent. I think that's valid. You know, waiting for the initial stuff to be done. You know, initial like bug fixes and updates and initial content and whatnot. But I do think this is a very good release. The game feels good to play on release. It's, you know, it doesn't run into the problem that a lot of CK2 players had with CK3. I'm not one of those. I didn't play CK2. Which is that it felt to them like the game was just CK2 but more empty because it lost a lot of content. It avoids that conundrum by being pretty different from EU4. Like EU4 and EU5 are both EU games, but they are different games at their cores. It has weird bugs like the game crashing if you look at Provence's population. Well, have you considered maybe They do not wish to be observed. Hmm? I don't know, if a omnipotent being from the sky was trying to look in and see my pop satisfaction, I'd crash their game too. Did they unsiege Bursa? I forgot to frickin'... I forgot to do the thing. Yikes. I think we're gonna win this. We did win it. Look at that. I forgot to reinforce the garrison. So did they, to be fair. They just get to steal more art. Funny. There's the Hungarian Empire. Keep friggin'... I guess I could auto-reinforce it, right? Yeah, auto-refill garrison allowed. Probably should have that button on everywhere. Okay, Ottomans. Break your alliance with France. Break your alliance with Halych. I can't force you out of your unions. I don't really care about your money. Yeah, you're non-co-belligerent, so I get a lot of antagonism from taking all of this. So I'd rather not do that. But I could do this. And I think I will. That way I can... Well, no. I'll take the one location that's in Adern. I don't need the direct connection to Constantinople in this war. The most important thing is that they just are not allied to France. That's what I really care about. No Franco-Ottoman alliance here, thank you very much. You can now integrate Adern. That should go pretty quickly. And Halych, I don't even know what I want from you. I'll take your war reps. I'll take your money. Like, I don't even want to gain antagonism from this. I'll humiliate you. How about that? 5 prestige. You've heard the big blue blob is back in EU5? It sure can be. It sure can be. Here and here. But yeah, France can definitely be a big problem. They were much stronger, and then they bankrupted and deleted all their buildings, and so they haven't ever really fully recovered from that. They went bankrupt right here as well. But they keep being elected as Emperor of the HRE because reasons, I guess. It's either them or Bohemia. So we're kind of stuck with them living, even when realistically they shouldn't. But they are scary and capable of doing damage. No, France owns the land surrounding Venice now. They took that off of Naples in some war. So now if I do want to control northern Italy, I have to go through them. I don't think I'm interested in that, but we'll see. I have 31,000 ducats. I think we need to get back to building. I have 6,000 units, or 6,000 pops available in this location. It's 510. What are you making? 1.1 ducats, because we're using all this wine to make liquor. Okay, there's just not that much demand for it in the grand scheme of things. Build that out. We can build more granary. We can build some masons. Could build a lumber. Build one of those as well. What about you? You're gonna be ready for that. You, same thing. We're gonna want to upgrade the cloth there. You have 2,000 pops. I can build 10 more levels of paper workshops there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Can also build... Okay, I don't think we need that much leather. I'll build a little bit of leather, though. How about that? You... I don't think I've interacted with you, like, at all. Directly. Now, this takes 0.29 paper in total? And we're out of paper? Damn, I gotta build more paper. There's 4,000 pops available here. That's actually more than enough. We'll run out there. Build roads to all my vassals? I'm pretty sure I did. I mean, I guess there's a couple down here super far down, but for the most part, I do have roads all through my vassals. One out there as well. We have roads out to Krakow and whatnot. Yeah. So 10k in the Greece part of Ottoman land. Thank you. You do need to move back up here. Because I do want my next war to be the Ottomans. So that's going to be in 1568. So our next parliament debate will have to be getting a claim on the Ottomans. So that way I can try and kick them out of the Balkans. I don't want them here. I want them out. Out and gone. Thank you very much. Nothing personal, kid. I have 2,000 people available here. Well, I'll build some more of you, and I'll build some more of you. And now what? Weaponry, maybe? It says we're even on weaponry? Oh, okay, wow. Yeah, I found something that we can invest into, guys. I did it. I've discovered the problem that I've created. Don't worry. We're importing 22,000 or 22 units of weapons. That's pretty bad. So let's get a couple of locations that can support some building levels. You're a town. You need to become a city. Like, we need places with lots of pops for that many weapons is the thing. You have 55,000 55,000 pops here. And it is completely rural. We love to see that. It's not even at its pop capacity. Pop capacity of 275. So we'll just keep letting it do its thing. Keep growing. But there are spots that we upgraded into cities. Like this. Well, I guess the best way to do it would be go to my production. And then I go to weapon workshops. And then I sort by the number of available workers, right? Baja, I think I was saving specifically. Tata doesn't have that many. But we do have enough pops here to make that work for full size. Now, how much does this actually make? How much does a weapons workshop actually make? It makes 1.1. We're importing 24 units of weaponry at the moment. So if I make it another one, we should drop the price of weapons pretty well here. So that'll work. That'll be a lot of weapons that we build now that we can help support our weapons economy. What about tools? Like a tool workshop. We do have those now. Let me actually go to tools in the pest market. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We gotta get these cities to work. Our burgers are importing way too much. Tool workshops. Sort by number of pops available. Zagreb. Boom. Savars. Boom. And Heaves? Boom. No. Heaves doesn't have enough pops for me to do that. Basha probably could. We could get away with it. Even if I do want to build up cloth workshops there. The thing is that would delay the cloth workshop, but that's not a huge deal. Papa, I crave bog iron. Yeah, we are going to get there. We are going to get to where we need to start investing into bog iron. In fact, I should check. Are we importing iron right now? Goods. Iron. No. We are doing just fine on iron. Just fine. Good stuff. North Madagascar is going to be explored. Cairo, you doing all right? Are you actually converting and whatnot? Oh yeah, they are absolutely converting. Look at that. 100% Orthodox. They're even getting conversions done over here, which is super nice. Because if they can get everything converted, then they'll be much more stable. And oh, look at that! It's all Hungarian too. Natural Hungarian clay, which means it'll all be cored up. And once this is all converted and cored, wow, then I just move on to the next spots and we keep taking more of Egypt. And it'll just be super stable. Meanwhile, you're importing like 70 iron in your market, simply be built better. Simply have all of the iron. Have you thought about that? Of just like having iron in the ground? Interesting. Interesting. Uh-oh. We are missing paper in the Dubrovnik market. Still? I mean, this is building out paper, but not fast enough, apparently. We're going to need a second place to build a ton of paper. The thing is, we're running a little bit low on pops. You've got pops. That works. So why don't you go ahead and build? Am I blind? Why are you not working this? No burgers employed. Yeah, fair enough. Drop the dies, drop the tools. I mean, they just have to reinforce it, right? I mean, the library has no workers as well. No burgers. No burgers. I mean, we do just need them to promote. Just takes time. Do you have all the iron, but the amount of rice in Europe is painful for your pops? As in the lack of rice? Is that what you mean? Who's like not... Well, it's 60 ducats to put him in there, so if he dies off, then it doesn't matter. Mow roads? I got the roads. The roads are built. Now it's more paper. Now it is more paper. Paper and tools and books and all kinds of stuff. Fur. Maybe I need to dedicate more of my trade capacity to importing fur for my pops. Brutal. Brutal. But like the problem is that fur demand should be met. As in, like, it'd be nice if the AI up in the north who has the fur could recognize that I have such a high demand here that they should overbuild their fur and just export more to me. 12,000 ducats to hire this guy is crazy. I don't want to lose prestige, though. What if I... What if I... Lower... I need to find 1.66k ducats for a month. 0.3 monthly inflation, kind of crazy. I don't want to take a loan. If I drop my army maintenance and my cost of court down, I'll lose legitimacy though. You know, just take the loan. I don't care. Just take the loan. This is why we must colonize Canada. I mean, yeah, I guess. That, or I need to go and conquer out to here. That feels a bit dramatic though. I mean, there is a decent amount of fur all up in here. And like, look, they're just not expanding it. That one's expanded. That one's expanded. Those are. That is. That is. Okay, that was just the one that wasn't expanded. Ooh, 10 prestige? 68 prestige? Wait a second. How much religious influence do I have? 82. That is not enough for a synod and then creating this. I need 2 events to give me prestige right now. Like, these guys should be expanding this fur and working it. Like, I understand that they don't necessarily have the pops up here, but like some of these locations do, and they're just not building the fur because it's not worth anything. Like, the price of fur up here is negligible. But the thing is, if they built the fur and then exported all the fur to me, they would make a ton of money. Like, so much money. It's free money. How does art maxing help with prestige? That's like your cultural investment. It's just like you're paying for the arts or whatever. You mean the lack of rice? 1.2 million pops at the demand for 5 rice. The amount of rice produced in Europe is like 0.7 right now. Yeah, I mean, you can look to Egypt. They do produce rice down here. But again, they're not that great at just expanding RGOs and then exporting RGOs. They're not really interested in that for the most part. What was I looking at? I was looking at trade. I was looking at fur. Into the pest market. Like, I'm importing a lot of fur is the thing. 10 points. I'm using 20 trade capacity on fur alone, by the way. I could drop all this marble that I'm exporting. That's a very valuable trade though, but if I grab an extra 20 trade capacity available, I mean, this is only solving part of the problem, right? I want to import the pest node. I want the whole node, please. No, I like fur from the Moskva market. Now, here's the thing. This trade is less valuable than this trade, right? Really, Riga would be where I'd want to go. But the hope is... Okay, Muscovy, are you stupid? Are you stupid? There's no way those trades are better. Maybe they don't have the range to get to me. Right? That's very possible. Smolensk is exporting to London. I mean, they're exporting 0.49 to me. But, like, that just doesn't make any sense. Fur is worth 4.19. Okay, well, actually it does. Fur is worth 4.73 in London. But I don't know... Like, that's a higher maintenance. And if we look at trades... not own trades... Not local trades. I want to look at exports. Food trades will technically show us the fur. If we look at the trade from Smolensk to London, it makes 1.37. Right? because the price is higher in London. They do have some mercantilism. Oh, shoot. There's mercantilism now. Right. We gotta go look at that. I guess this maintenance actually isn't all that high. But I feel like it would be cheaper maintenance to get to me. But maybe because the maintenance isn't that bad, because it's such a small trade, that they see it as more valuable to trade with them instead of me. How is the sound toll 0? It just might not go through it. Like the sound toll is technically right here. If it goes here, can I show just them? What if I search London? Can I see just the London trade of where it goes through? Exporting through Smolensk. It's this right here. So they're just going around the sound toll, which feels a little weird. Right? It feels a little weird that you put your trade into the Baltic and then you just don't stay on the water. You just cut through over land. Like, that'd be so much more... You'd figure it'd be so much more expensive, like, logistically, to do that. That seems to be what the AI is doing here. Yeah, and that's why they had the toll. Is because people had to go through it, so you could make a bunch of money off of that. Because they didn't have a choice. So it does feel weird that you could just, like, circumnavigate it. But, whatever. If they went through the toll, they might trade more with me. But I would like to import a ton from the Moskva node in the hope that they expand their fur, so that way there's more fur available on all markets. I'm kind of a hero when you think about it. Kind of being a hero right now. And we do make a decent money off of those trades. We'll wait a month and we'll see if it actually does the trade now. That's the key thing. Not a hero for the beavers. Everybody's hero is an enemy in somebody else's eyes, you know? That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. Alright, we are importing 10 units of fur. Trade route maintenance of 0.67. We're making 30 ducats off that trade. Well, that's the value of the trade. It's 30 ducats. We're not actually making all of that. We've unlocked cloth workshops, and there's a new societal value available, which is free trade versus mercantilism. We're pushing towards mercantilism right now, which gives less trade efficiency, but cheaper trade maintenance, more market protection, and export cost from market for foreign traders, 1.75%. So that is saying that people that want to buy things from us pay a higher price. Which I don't know if I want that, to be honest with you. The other one is free trade, which gives trade advantage, trade efficiency, less market protection, and more burger trade capacity. I think I'd rather have free trade. Market protection, though. Well, market protection is not really a big deal to me at the moment. We've got pretty good control over our nodes, and we technically are the one that owns the Krakow node. And if I just invest into some more buildings up there, I can be the #1 power in the Krakow node as well, which would be super, super nice. I guess we just let it go towards mercantilism, but I definitely don't want full mercantilism. I don't want people having to pay more to export my gold. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because I'm the one exporting the gold. they're not buying it from me. I'm the one exporting it. So I guess it doesn't matter as much there in the grand scheme of things. We'll see. Speaking of the trade up here, there are no burgers employed. Oh? They have regular marketplaces. That is criminal. That is criminal. They have no market warehouses. 4 merchant quarters. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Real question. Real honest question. And of course, I can't afford to build that much in Krakow itself because it's already over its building cap. 14,000 people available here. We're going to need more paper in this node for sure. Like for sure, for sure. Also, food-wise up here, kind of rough. Like a lot of the sturdy grains are out there, but I mean it's in the market, so it's fine. But like they're not expanding their RGOs, and all the pops here migrated into Krakow. So now these locations are empty and have no RGOs. What's the point? What's the point? Silly AI. Silly, silly, silly AI. Famous salt mines with whole underground church built from salt? Well, that's kind of sick. Where's that? Right here. No modifier for it. Oh yeah, there's major salt mines. Until the land ceases to be. Plus 25% maximum RGO size. Plus 33% local salt output. It's pretty cool. They did city over it, which feels a little odd. The Italian Wars end in a stalemate. Yeah, well that's the only way I've seen the Italian Wars end. I like the idea of the Italian Wars, but it, like, every time it just ends up being that nobody in Italy does anything. Because they get into larger alliance blocks and they just sit there. But whatever. Catholic influence in the cabinet. Okay, they really don't like this guy being in the cabinet. He's a crown member, so preposterous. Get over it. Verona got big. Verona is pretty big. They're pretty big, relatively speaking, right? I wouldn't mind taking Istria at some point. Not really high up on my priority list, though. Okay, antagonism is now gone with Bohemia as well. So, that's pretty good. Seminode still loathes me. But that's because I took land in a peace treaty from them. The Mamluks are out of it, too. It looks like we're actually in a pretty good spot now to do some more expansions, which is good news. Of course, the Ottomans are up first. But we could consider a war against Bohemia, though that would be fighting Verona and France and Naples. Though when I declare war on the Ottomans, I'm going to break Naples' alliance with Bohemia, preferably. That's Tunis rebels down there. And I think I wait. Oh, wow, that's already majority Orthodox. These guys are converting like crazy. How are they converting so quickly? Well, to be fair, conversions are faster in high control areas or locations. So it makes sense why this over here was converted super quickly. This will take a little bit longer, but the higher control you have, the faster your conversion and assimilation speeds are. Which means it's very unfortunate that all of this would be super low. Unless I make a second colonial nation. But then this guy probably just... Oh shit. Are you stupid? Wait, call me into the war. Wait. Call me into the war. Bozo? Bozo, you're throwing. You're gonna lose. They've got 30,000. 30,000 levies. No! How do I get involved? Support loyalists. Start war and colony. Oh, man. Bench plays. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Man. Why does bigger colonial nation not simply eat the smaller ones? Well, it seems that that's exactly what they want to do, actually. You're done with that, so let's convert. I mean, we're going to lose those 2 locations to the rebellion without a doubt. We can get more of that converted. Do I need this many forts up here? I mean, it's only 3, but it's still a lot. There was an intervene button? Where? Intervene in war. Not available. No available targets. Maybe it's only a defensive war? Cairo's the one that started the war. They declared the war, even though they don't really have a plan. Colony nations in Egypt, but nothing but a pain and suffering so far? True. Intervene war needs the war to be 1 year old, even if it's not a rebellion? Oh, well, hey, there you go. They use favors to call us in. And my heir, who is better than our current ruler, has come of age. So we could royal marry somebody. Royal marry Athens. What about Brittany? Heiress, Eleonora van Rene. I don't know if I actually want to get into a union with Brittany. That feels a little unnecessary. How is Milan looking? De Valois. De Valois. Yeah, alright. Okay, but she is good. But then she won't, like... I mean, it's fine. Maybe there's a chance that I can somehow get Milan in the union. That would be a much more useful union in my eyes. It's not the right dynasty. I don't really care. We're just going to marry him off. There you go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Then sort by crown. Put the crown prince in there. We need to hire some boats. Don't I have a loan? There we go. Hire mercenaries. Hire mercenary leader. Sort by admin. Merc size gets smaller and smaller as time's going on, so... And these transports are worse than more up-to-date transports. So we're gonna hire a merc there. And we're gonna hire a merc here. And I'm hoping this is the last time that I need to do this. That's the hope. So I don't need to hire merc boats again. We can build our own navy. We have 133 sailors a month, so we can definitely build like a transport navy. I think that'll be perfectly fine. So I can stop doing this. It's not far, or it's too far. But you can hire you here. We can bring you two down. I don't know if we'll need more than just these two guys. We'll see. Question: 0.1 centralization or minus 2.5% prox cost? Probably the prox cost. Though it's good to get your centralization up, there's a lot of ways to do it. There are a lot less ways to get proximity cost. Would be hilarious if they lose all the land you gave them. Why would you say that? Why would you say such a thing? That wouldn't be funny. That'd be sad. I'd be very sad. They're not gonna lose anything, okay? We're gonna help them out. Put you on the boats. Oh, I can only take one stack down at a time, huh? Okay, here we go again. Really, the AI should be competent enough to stop me from landing, but they're not. Prox cost a unique Slav law? Interesting. North Montania is disloyal. How in the world are you calculating that you're disloyal at this point? Country strength of all vassal countries versus overlord. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Like, no, you're not. To put it simply, no, you're not. Even with your levies raised, you're not actually that strong. Equally important question, prox cost or crown power? Both. Can I cheat and say both? You're going up here to grab another stack. We gotta make this war quick because the Ottoman truce is up in 68. So there's no risk of a coalition, so it's not like a huge priority. And I guess we're gonna be taking land in this war. He is converting like a crazy person. Here's the parliament. Just want to make sure it happens. Address pirate havens. I would like to dunk on the pirates. And then go ahead and fabricate a CB. What? I can't fabricate a CB when we have a claim? Or when we have a truce? So I have to sit on this for 2 years? No! Well, that's lame. Like, even if I can't declare the war, I should be able to make a claim on them. Oh, man. But I've already started the parliament, is the problem. I mean, this just seems like a bad idea. Wait. King Niccolo di... That guy. Let's just say that guy. Is not in a union with the Ottomans. Wait a minute. What happened there? So Naples is no longer in a union with the Ottomans in Georgia. Something happened, and they lost it. Well, cool. We just go after Naples then. All that work for what? And for what? For nothing. For nothing. Onto the boats. Land the boats. Another kid that we can raise up. Oh, also it's the Reformation. Did we look at the new possible things in here? I think we did. We ended up not taking any. Production quota bureaus. 10% raw materials output. Maybe I have it. Wait a minute. That's kind of nice. That's kind of sweet. I'd have to get rid of Royal Decree, though, which would drop my crown power. I don't love the idea of that. Man, I really hope we're able to beat these troops here. If not, we're gonna have a bad time. A very bad time. General of the 18th Army. I think that's the one that's crossing over right now. Okay, they're sieging this down. I can go and grab their capital. And yes, their general did in fact kick the bucket. So I'll walk you guys down now. They got more troops? Oh, this is a professional army. Okay. Well, let's see if we can beat up the professional army then. Ooh, okay, they moved into me. Unexpected. Almost a stack wipe. Let's go and relieve this siege here. And then when that's done... Yeah, it's a much more even fight. We should still win. Can I get a recovery tick? Please and thank you. And then maybe we can consider fighting here. Uh-oh. We still don't have a general. That's a yikes. We are probably going to lose that fight. I'm going to reinforce anyways. I think with the reinforcements, we should be able to win. Oh, yeah. We've got time. The general's here now, so that's going to help significantly. And I've got plenty of troops that can reinforce. So we should see ourselves winning this. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Huge damage. More army tradition from battles. We are probably going to want some recovery ticks here. Oh, they only retreated one location. Interesting. Okay, that doesn't stop our reinforcements either, which is nice. Is there a way to move troops into the reserve in the formation screen? Yeah, if you go into formation and you right click, it'll move them to the reserves. You need to go here. You need another recovery tick for sure. You are still quite hurt. After you get that tick, also you have no cannons. They're getting their capital back. It's like, what do I do here? Do I take one location? Do I take no locations? Do I create a new colonial nation? Full annex, you know, I don't think it's a good idea. We've done that before. That's how we got into this problem. Nice, we integrate that guy, and we get full cores on all of his land. Nice, you're the next one to go, I think. Nothing personal. Just kind of is what it is. You're the closest. But that means that all this land we now need to go through. The easiest way to start this, open our Geo Builder, get rid of that filter, Mass expand all RGOs. Now we need to go through and take a look at what is a town and what is not. Those are horses. Wait, why are we not mass expanding the RGOs? Huh? Ah, I see. I need to wait a month then. I see, I see, I see. Actually, you just stay here. Now you can go in. Start reoccupying it. I should probably build a fort up in Nickel. There are enough troops here to actually work it, so we'll do so. And that will stop people from crossing around through these desert connections and up and in, which is kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. Right now, I should be able to mass expand RGO. No? What? Why button no work? Why button no work, I ask. And I get no answer. Well, I guess we just manually go through and upgrade them then. That's fine. That works. That works. We'll create more value over there, which, you know, we'll see how that goes. Not going to be a ton of control, but better than nothing. Better than nothing. And less people to be disloyal as well. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Annex them all away. Can you stop unsieging things? Please? General of the 6th Army. Please don't be one down here. 18th Army, Wa. Where in the world is the 6th Army? There you are. You're pretty bad. You're all pretty bad. What happened? We used to have real leaders around here. And now, nothing. Nothing but punks. Nothing but punks. I need 10 units of rice. I also need 7.83 units of paper. That's a flat plus 10 pop conversion speed. Which is pretty nice. Was I not building paper? Am I crazy? Am I being weird right now? Did I not mass build paper all around? Do I need more paper in the pest node? There's no way. There's no way I need more paper. I mean, we are still building out paper. So, I'm not going to build any more for the moment. Like, we're getting there. Oh. Granaries. We did build a bunch more cities, didn't we? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, we did. I don't have nearly enough money to support all the granaries and all the cities all over the place. I'm poor. I'm poor. I have no money. No money. Take that back. I'll build it up there. Why are granaries good? Because of the way that pop growth works. So, food storage can help give you pop growth depending on the amount of food stored compared to how much food a pop in a province consumes. So right now we have 17 months of stored food in this province, so that gives an additional 0.04% pop growth. It's the difference between me having 10 million pops and France having 9 million pops, even though, like in kind of Hungary proper, or I guess in all of our country, even though I start off with significantly less pops than they do. Like, we have like 2 million less pops than France starts with, or something like that. Something crazy. And we've just been able to make more pops. So that's why I build them. It's a long-term investment. Where doesn't show more obviously? Yep, you gotta go looking for it. You gotta look around, see what's happening, what's going on. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, well, I guess we can go speed 5. We're just waiting for these sieges to be done. Catholic zealots moment. Alright, our other son has come of age. I'll marry him to you, and then I want to make you a cabinet advisor instead of... I mean, you're 79, so you're old as hell. So I'll put you there instead. We love nepotism. We love nepotism. Okay, they are obliterating my siege. Or my fort here. They also have 2 breaches. Kind of illegal. There we go. Get over there. Stop them. Don't let them take that. Kick them out of there. Boom. Gone. Now we walk up here and we can secure the province, finally. Finally. We have a location losing 2,000 people. It's pretty bad. I'll give you that. That's pretty bad. This location, I'm going to build 19 levels of paper. So that way I can upgrade the marketplaces that are here. I've learned my lesson. And I'm gonna not just build all the marketplaces first and then be short on paper forever. You know what the game means by available free land? I do not know. Krakow is a core. Yeah, I don't know what it means by available free land. I think it's talking about that you're not at pop capacity. But I think that's what it is. I think it's that you're not at pop capacity. Like, it scales up to when you're full here, but I don't know for sure. That is Krakow. Completely integrated and cored, by the way. So you should probably convert some more stuff. I mean, we could work on converting Krakow and just let her rip. Just let it work on it for the next forever. But I don't know if we really need to do that, is the thing. Even if we do get up to the 34% control here, conversion's not going to be all that effective. Alright, why don't you go to Alexandria? You can grab that. And I guess that'll be the war pretty much done. I mean, it says we're at 49%. I don't know how that can be true. feel like we're definitely farther along than that. 50%. I mean, we've got their core territory all sieged down, so I'm not sure what exactly they're holding on to, hope-wise. Okay, you can go up here. We can smack them down. We don't need to be at speed 5. We're fine. We're chilling. We're not in a rush. Could walk down to siege down that location. I mean, when Alexandria falls, then we can try and grab this. How many levies are they about to rise up? Raise up? 5,000. 5,000 more. Plus 5 power projection. Nice. Nice. Take Alexandria. Huge. Zagor wants to improve cultural opinion. You've got it. Speaking of, any subjects I can do that with? Not for another couple of years. Yeah, not for a couple of years. I was going to try and use it on Styria, but they are not the largest of their culture group. Food is dwindling down here. I bet it is. We're going to back off of this siege. There's no... What do you mean I need someone to transport them? What? That's not how forts work. It shouldn't be that I can't walk back out of the zone of control. That's weird. I'm fairly confident that's not how that's supposed to go down. So I guess my army's trapped down there now? Which kind of sucks. Huh. Well, don't like that. Don't like that. I guess they're gonna starve. Well, that's kind of lame. Like, there's no secret fort in here that I can't see, right? It's this one. So for whatever reason, we were able to walk down, we can't walk out, and I could not tell you why. We can definitely peace out, though. I can grab money. I can grab war reps. I can grab Sharkaya here. It's not a very... Well, I could say it's not a very high pop province, but that's not really true, right? It is. But it is going to be decent to hold. Do I try and make a second colony is the question. Okay, let's say I do. Let's say I make a second colony, right? And then let's say worst case scenario, the colonies go to war with each other. Well, then I just end up with one colony anyways, right? So, like, boo-hoo. Not a big deal. So instead, what I should do... Grab all the sea coast, not to fear their fleet during landings. Yeah, that could definitely be an option. I could just take one province and then release that province as a new colonial nation. I don't hate that idea. The question is, where do I go? I mean, the answer is we want to take this again. Like, I want Cairo again. It's more sugar, more rice. Right? Lots of pops. But if this is the capital, it will convert faster. So I think I want to take Cairo, and then I want to take Sharkaya. And maybe I feed Sharkaya over to the Cairo guy. And we'll see how it goes. Why am I humiliating Halych? Wait a second. Okay, there we go. That was weird. So there's that. Cut back on my Diplo spending quite a bit. And you need to get back up here. Then I'm going to release a custom subject out of Cairo, a colonial nation. Good luck down there. Please don't die. Wait, do I just have another Cairo now? Shoot. Now we have Cairo 1 and Cairo 2. How am I supposed to keep track of who's who? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't even think there's anything I can do about that. Like, I can't rename them. Oh, rename country? We can rename them. Egypt. Change name. Interesting. I'm seeing something weird here, guys. Seeing something weird. The name isn't changing. Just saying. Like, congrats. Officially, their name is Egypt, but on the map, it's still called Cairo, which is kind of a problem, if you ask me. Kind of a silly, goofy little problem. It changed? Okay, there we go. So we now have Cairo and we have Egypt, which means I could rename this guy to Levant. Very unique, I know. Since their capital is not in Cairo. They do not own Cairo. And hopefully they never own Cairo, is the intent here. Now I gotta get these troops moved back up north before my truce with Naples expires. 71. Okay. Got it. And you know what? At some point in our technological progress, I need to unlock some better boats. For right now, though, I'm seeing 10% tax efficiency, and that's going on the list. We love tax efficiency. Hey, look at that. We get the boat. We'll build a bunch of those. I also want to grab this trade capacity as well. Right, now I want to bring you up here. Now, how do I want to approach this Naples war is the question. Because I'm going to have to fight Bohemia, which means I'm going to actually need troops up here to defend against Bohemia. Like, they're going to actively be seeking to siege me down. So I kind of need to be ready for that. Kind of sort of need to be ready. We know they're going to have a lot of troops. I think 3 stacks down here is more than reasonable. So I'm going to send you up north. And these troops that we're bringing up from Egypt right now, we'll move them north. And together, they can hopefully hold off Bohemia long enough. They'll also have to hold off Milan and possibly Naples, depending on how Naples wants to go about this. Fortifications. Some of our land out here is not protected. So, a fort. Well, really just a fort here would be fine for now. I'm not all too concerned about it. In the grand scheme of things. Dubrovnik Market, is that actually out of food? Oh, it sure is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Total food collapse in the Dubrovnik Market. Someone might have over-urbanized. I don't want to point names at who did that, okay? It could have been anyone. Yeah, and there's no... Oh, I see the problem. I guess turning all of that into cities was actually a bad idea. All things considered. Well, this is bad. This is very bad. This is very, very bad. This is very, 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 very bad. Fun fact. In case you were wondering. Yeah, build irrigation where you can. Build farming villages where you can. Like, we can afford it. It's not a big deal. But it does mean I'm spending a lot of money buying food. And I don't really want to pay for the food for all of these guys. I might need to downgrade towns and cities, which I don't want to do. But I might not have a choice. Is the thing. Have I made a mistake, or we provided ourselves a learning opportunity? I mean, it's not really a learning opportunity. I knew not to do it. I just did it anyways, and didn't really think it through. So, there is that. Yeah, I guess there's just not enough food production in this this market here. I mean, we're at minus 600. I would have to give up on my dream of a navy, though. Which would be very sad. Like, I've expanded all the RGOs. I can't believe I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna side with the fish, with big fish. You can stop doing that. I have enough there. That livestock is fully expanded. Wool fully expanded. Wool fully expanded. Like, the problem is just that I don't have a lot of... Oh, man, I'm gonna actually obliterate this for some livestock. Like, yes, I am. I am actually gonna do that. It's a lot of money gone there, but it is like our only hope of feeding these areas. I don't want to get rid of that city. It's unfortunate because it's a good, it's wool, so it's like a decent trade good for it, but like I'm not gonna tank it. Well, we'll see what happens there. Ooh, that mercury mine has a 200% mercury output. Interesting. Is there a way to see what other advances countries have researched? I don't know. I don't know. Man, we even have a lot of grain and whatnot in here. We just don't. We want burger land rights? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of RGOs maxed out. It's not like we're not maxing out RGOs. It's just that, you know, we have a lot of higher class pops now and not really enough food to feed them in this area. Would fishing villages be worth building for food? Fishing villages give 0.5 food. Or 0.5 fish. And 0.5 fish is 2.5 food. The problem is, I'd have to subsidize all the fish. Like all of them. All the fishing villages, because they don't actually make any money. The peasants just wouldn't work here. But if I built this to max level, that's 10 levels. 10 levels, 2.5 fish. What? 25? That's 25 food. I mean, I don't know if I really have much of a choice in the grand scheme of things, but we're still improving some RGOs here, so we'll see how it goes. Like, this location has 7,000 peasants available. What I can do is build a bunch of... Never mind. I was going to say wool, but that's not an option for us. Here, let's sort by the Dubrovnik Market, labor buildings, sheep farms. His sheep farms would provide 0.5 wool. Well, again, that's just 2.5 food. But it's more likely to be profitable. There's only a couple of places that want to build it. But we'll do it. Even though this will be too many pops for here. So let's reduce it down a bit. I mean, we could even lower the wine and then increase the wool that we produce here in order to solve the problem. Can I absorb the Dubrovnik market into Pest? I mean, I could, but there wouldn't be any market access down here. Like, the Pest food is fine. Like, we make so much food in Pest. I don't know if we have the most. Ooh, the Praha market's a little low on food. What were we at? 6,606? Yeah, we have good food production. So, that's nice. It looks like food is becoming more scarce around the world. So, they haven't really started to expand their food RGOs enough. Cartoon Cop, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Bum, 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 bum. But we'll stop with our urbanization down along the coast here. Possible reforms. We do have another government reform. I mean, we could throw in agricultural cultivation for 20% more food production. You know, if we really needed to. But that's more of a temporary solution than a long-term solution, right? There's also the raw material output plus 10%. That would give us more food because it would create more food RGOs. So maybe I want to go for this. I think I do. More tax efficiency as well. Let's go for production quota bureaus. I cannot believe I did it again. That's the third time in a row that I've unlocked a new government reform and I didn't wait for the month tick. I gotta wait for the month tick. Now I need to put back in something else. What did I take away? What did I just nuke? Autocracy. Yeah, put autocracy back in now. And there goes my stability as well. Boom. Boom. Does low market access matter for producing surpluses? No. What do you mean? What do you mean does it matter for producing surpluses? Eric, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. As in the price of things? As in what? What about market access if you absorb Dubrovnik in the past? Oh, yeah, in general, the buildings that we build down here would just not produce as many goods. So there are more goods available because the markets are smaller down here. It would solve the problem of food, though. It would. Because the pest market can absorb that food. That being said, I mean, we could try and import food into Dubrovnik, but it's a little late for that at this point. I mean, maybe my pops will just starve here, and that's kind of that. Or I just need to delete towns. Right, we'll see what happens when all these RGOs are built up. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. But yeah, this is going to run out of food. And then we'll have some pops starving, which is not great, but... What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Just business. I think I have to nuke these legumes. Goodbye, city of Senge. Hello, legumes. They're only 5, but it's better than nothing. All these burgers will demote, by the way. So that's fine there. I watched
EU4 through you, and now I'm playing EU5. What % crown power should I aim for usually?
Irish Ninja, thank you for the 31 months. Appreciate that. How much crown power should you aim for? Really as much as you can. Really the big cutoff is you don't want to be below 25%. Below 25%, you start getting some pretty big negatives, penalties. So try and be over 25, but really you want it pretty high for the most part, is what I've found. Okay, are we ready to go to War with Naples? I think so. I do think we want to go to war with Naples now. So let's declare the war. We are going to have to fight Bohemia for this. But it is what it is. Hopefully the game puts on war music. It does not. It does not. You're going to go there. You're going to go here. We're going to try and take everything we can from Naples in this war. Even if I need to release vassals down here. Do I push into Bohemia is the question. I guess we can. But I'm definitely going to keep my stacks together here. I'm not going to be greedy. Okay. Well, that certainly is something. 2 big fights here. Obliterate them in the first one. Can I reinforce this in time? Ooh, I sure can. And we obliterate them in the second one. There goes like 30,000 Bohemian lives. Just gone. Just absolutely obliterated, eviscerated from the face of the planet. I'm gonna back up these troops because they need to reinforce a bunch now. Now the real question is, how does Naples approach this war? Do they land all of their troops in the Balkans, or do they try and walk up and around and into Hungary from this direction? Okay, they're at 14, minus 14% here. Honestly, we have time. Are you stupid? I mean, they're going to reinforce. Look at all these Bohemians. Look at them march. Man, I wish there was a music player sometimes. This would be a good time for it. Meanwhile, we've got 3 stacks down here. I might want to raise my levies for this war. We'll see. It depends on how well this fight goes. Well, I wish we had a better general, but this is what we've got, so we're just gonna have to work with it. I want you to back up. I don't want these guys to fight yet. Okay, they don't actually reinforce, so I feel pretty good about it. Yeah, I mean, their morale is already decimated. So there goes another 8,000 Bohemian lives. Rippy dippy. The Bohemia is so easy, you're very sure you're not good at EU5. Yes, you've doubled in size before 1400 and accidentally became Emperor twice. I mean, yeah, Bohemia is pretty easy, but that's okay. I mean, I think it's good to play the easier nations when you're learning the game. Or just to have fun. Like, Hungary's not difficult, but it's fun. I haven't even been playing particularly efficiently, let's say. But that's okay. We've got time. I haven't really been min-maxing my economy to the most part. Partially because this is just a test to see how well everything works if I just stay traditional economy forever. Because I don't know how it would work. Ooh, a bad fight for us. Enough time to pop in there and do a fight, though. I do think we hold here, right? Oh, yeah. We hold. As long as these reserves... Oh, no. These are auxiliaries. They will not move in. We might lose this fight, so I need to try and walk over to reinforce it. Okay, my subjects are here, too. When they do collapse. I mean, like, the losses are not even close to equal. They've already lost 52,000, so I don't think that's real. I think they've lost more, right? Surely? Are we locked into this fight? Because that would be a shame. We sure were. Well, we'll get everybody in here. Yeah, I'm raising my levies. I think I have to. I think Bohemia pushes me to where I need to actually invest my levies being involved if I don't want to have all of my professional troops up there near them. If it was just the professional troops, like me versus Bohemia, I'd be fine. But because I do have 3 of my stacks down there, like, I'll just keep getting swarmed by levies, which is fine. But it is one of my least favorite things about war is the levies, because nations just like re-raise them all the time, no matter what. And so oftentimes it just feels like battles and wars don't really mean much, because you never really get rid of troops. Oh, there's a Supreme Court building. We definitely want that. That goes in the capital. Supreme Court gives minus 5% proximity cost nationwide, 10% crown power. Plus 10% local monthly dev growth in the capital as well. Of course, it's very far behind on the list of things that need to be built here. 10 more jewelers, another paper level, and another market, but that's okay. It will get built. You start with basically all trade goods, a centrally located market, easy expansion paths in every direction, and 24 totally loyal subjects of the same religion and culture group. Yep, Bohemia is a pretty strong one. Pretty strong, pretty strong. Whoa. Yikes. I mean, losses-wise, they took a lot more losses, but I ran out of morale there. Let's get you moving into our territory to reinforce. Well, now I want to make sure that I'm over here to be involved. Oh, now I'm just sneaking up on Milan. Goodbye, Milanese troops. Goodbye, bozo. Move here. Take your time reinforcing. And we're just going to use these levies to defend these sieges, I think. I think it's probably their best use. I'm going to take the stab hit and keep the prestige because I'm still coping. Then I will be able to create my own patriarchate before the end of today. I don't know if I want to start a new run or if I want to keep going with Hungary after today. I'm not sure. I can't walk there in the wintertime. You step out, start sieging. Gotta get to the end to see the whole game. Yeah, but I feel like the end game is much more interesting as a colonizer and not as like a land locked tag, you know what I mean? Because you create like a global empire. I don't know. I mean, if people want to keep watching me play Hungary, then I'll just keep playing Hungary. Don't get me wrong. If this is what you want to see, then this is what I'll play. Oh, sneaky. Sneaky. That's what happened. Naples is just hiding troops on this mountain forest, and I really can't do much about that. Like, realistically speaking, I can't really attack in there with the numbers that I have. I mean, maybe with all three of my professional armies, we could work something out. And maybe we can, like, push them off of that. How do you improve minting? Make more gold and silver. You just want to see Hungarian India. Well, I don't know about that. If we can barely beat Bohemia, I don't feel too great about our odds of taking anything in India, you know? But we'll see, we'll see. We know Naples is just sitting right there. Honestly, let's just siege around it. Like, I don't need to occupy this immediately. Eventually, they're going to have to be the ones to move, or they'll lose the war. Right, congratulations to us. We've taken the first Bohemian fortification. Now we move on to the second Bohemian fortification. This stack can deal with this. We can now... It's April. Come on. Winter's over. We're gonna go there. Push them back. Look, our subjects keep trying over here. Like, I respect the hustle, but they're really not wanting to leave that mountain. And I don't really have a big incentive to move them. Like, eventually I do need to, so that way I can take all of this land in the peace deal. Like, preferably this is the peace deal we go for, at least. I mean, this is 122 aggressive, or antagonism. Right? But, I mean, like, we could go crazy. And just completely kick them out of the Balkans. Like, completely kick them out. Do it. Do the funny take everything peace deal. Well, we definitely can't take everything. That's about the max that we could take. In which case, I have to ask, is that even is that even worth it? The answer is, I think, no. I could take the rest of this province, though. Just slowly but surely break them apart. Then I'd probably want to break their alliance with Bohemia as well. Kind of ridiculous that they're allied. Well, ridiculous from my perspective because I don't want to fight them. Not actually ridiculous that they've allied each other. A rather sensible alliance. Do you do Lithuania? Oh, if we do a new run, you'd vote Lithuania? I don't think I'd do Lithuania right away. But I do want to play them at some point. And obviously not convert to Christianity. Like, it'd be a pure pagan run. Because that's kind of cool and different. But can we take Albania to improve the dual Albania situation? Okay, well, how about this? I take half of the Kingdom of Albania, I release a subject, and then I rename the subject to Albania. And then we have 3 Albanias. Thoughts? We go triple Albania. The way it was intended. Okay, we've taken that siege. Now you need to go here. You can go there. You can go here. We're going to start getting all this occupied. I still know those Naples troops are hanging out. Bohemia have lost. Hungary have won. Hungary have won. Milan have lost. Oh, they're stuck here. Pesaro has fallen. That poor Italian holding, man. That poor Italian holding that I've just abused. I just let him get obliterated every time. Every time. Back the war effort for faster reinforcement speed. Huh. That's kind of interesting. Reach out to our faith. Sponsor cathedral. Market regulations. We're gonna regulate this market. Oh, I hate all of these. I loathe all of these. I guess we're gonna go back towards free subjects a little bit, even though it cost me prestige as well. And then we're gonna fabricate a CB on the Ottoman for that. We'll see how it goes. Okay, that's been taken. Ransom back those troops. We're gonna move in here. No. No easy reinforcements for you, thank you very much. Why is Brittany over here? Fourth Bohemian-Lithuanian War. What? They're allied again? Again? Every day I suffer. Every day I have been deemed to suffer. What is happening over here? Things did not go well for us there. We ran out of morale. Okay. I guess. Brutal. Brutal. Paradox said in EU5 you can easily fabricate CBs and go to war. You can't easily fabricate CBs and go to war. I mean, that's true in the sense that you don't really fabricate CBs to go to war necessarily. Instead, you usually use Parliament. But like, it's still not difficult to get to war. You definitely do like less war though. Like, it's definitely more of a pain to get to war, for sure. For sure. What is this? This is plateau. This is flatlands forest. Let's push up here. Desperately trying to just like fight off the unlimited levies that get raised from every country in every war. It never ends. Never ends. Oh, and then they actually contest me out here, and I bet you we're gonna lose this. Ooh. I'm gonna bribe the nobles. Am I gonna win this? No. I don't think I am. We're gonna retreat from there. Okay, I'm gonna bring my levies up to help support that. But this is why I usually just sit here and tinker out the economy. It really does just come down to the fact that levies are an unlimited resource for the AI, and I don't find it very fun to fight the same levies over and over again. Brutal. At this speed, all those lost numbers over each battle is just funny numbers go burr. Yeah, I think wars are best done on speed 2 or 3. If you're really paying attention to them. If you're really paying attention. Okay. Push them off that siege again. Do I prefer EU5 or EU4 warfare? I mean, I think EU5 will be the better warfare in the long run, without a doubt. Like, I'm pretty confident in that. And like, I would say I would enjoy it now, even now, probably more than EU4. But I also just understand EU4 combat a lot better. So. Oh, there's a fort right there. Sneaky little fort. You need to go back and siege that down. I'm pretty sure Naples doesn't have troops there anymore. EU5 combat is just March of the Eagles? Well, I hate to tell you this. I've never played March of the Eagles. I've not played the game from a long time ago. So that means nothing to me. You can reinforce. This just in, old game is old. That's right. Old game is old. Like, I am inflicting war exhaustion on him. Is he ready to peace out, though? Like, no. I mean, he doesn't actually have war exhaustion, is the thing. Like, not any significant amount. So, like, I can sit here and I can kill 171,000 troops, the vast majority of those being Bohemian, and it just doesn't matter. Like it does matter from a long-term macro perspective that you're losing pops. Like, look, we're making the line go down. His pop growth line is going down, and that's because we're going to war with him. Right here, right at the very end. But it doesn't help me get him out of this war. Which is all I really care about when I'm actively fighting him. They do still have troops over here? Shoot. Okay. Oh, at least he has 15% siege ability now. Okay, I'm gonna have to get the sieges over here. And then I'm going to need to commit to bringing all 3 of them over here to clear this up. Slavs have government reform for minus 10% proc cost over land. Yeah, it's one of the strongest ones. They're attacking me. I was not ready for it. And Milan is body blocking. Well, we did end up winning, actually. Okay. We need to reinforce. Naples, can we peace out? Like, is that an option here? No, not an option. Habibi, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hope your stream went well. We are playing some Hungary right now and dealing with the pain that is Bohemia. Just throwing endless levies at my northern border as I try and kick Naples out of the Balkans. Because it's mine. It's rightful Hungarian clay. We're doing pretty well overall. We do have some food problems down here in Croatia that I'm just kind of ignoring at the moment. I'm just like, I'll get around to it. They're like starving right now. But it's fine. We'll get there. But welcome in. I still love your Ampedar content, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, right now we're just we're trying to stop Bohemia from like pushing in and sieging all of our stuff down. I'm trying to push to Praha so I can separate piece them out, but I don't know how successful we're gonna end up being with that in general. How should you prio roads connecting outwards from the capital or big city to capital directly? Roads go to capital for proximity, and then they also need to go to market center for market access. Usually your capital is probably should be your market center as well, but that's what I would do. You want to send it to where you have your most valuable locations that are close by for roads. You're from Croatia, feed them? I'm trying. Part of the reason that I'm waiting, I might have gotten a bit overzealous there. Nah, we'll win. Part of the reason that we're waiting is I need the pops to start working some jobs. I built too many cities is the problem. I over-urbanized Croatia a little bit too quickly. Look at that, another 10,000 dead. There they go. They'll be back with another 10,000 to throw into the grinder soon enough. Where? Oh, there. My pops disappeared for a second. Well, I guess we just keep holding here. I mean, I could let them push into me, to be fair. But this is Flatlands Woods, so I'd have a +1, or they'd have a -1 on their rolls here. But then there's no way that I can separate piece Bohemia out. And there is the ever-present threat that Bohemia could declare war on me and call in France and the Pope, apparently. But really, France is the one that I'd be most concerned about, even though they're not doing too hot. So I'd like to break that alliance, but I don't think they're going to be interested in doing so. -14 reasons away. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. You want to go from your capital towards valuable locations? Yes, in general. I mean, you should build roads everywhere. Literally everywhere. But for the prioritization, yeah, you want to make sure they're going to your good cities or your... Like for us, our road priority was to make our roads go to the gold and silver right here. Always. Because that's what made us so much money, especially in the early game. Right? It's just worth so much. And because of that, we're able to scale our economy off of that. Obviously, it'll be different if you don't have gold and silver near you. Then you'll want to prioritize other things in other places. I can afford to let them keep sieging. I do want another reinforcement tick on this stack here. Maybe even another one. Like, we're not in a rush as long as these forts aren't going to fall. How much of a deficit is this still in? It says -0. Oh, they increased max food price. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, so Bosnia has negative food, and Northern Dalmatia has negative food by quite a bit. I might have gone a little bit crazy with the town building in order to get sailors. I think I'm going to downgrade this town too. I'm going to build out max fish there. Then you're fine. You're still working on some farmer things. And we have max wild game here. That's not necessarily the greatest, but it's better than nothing. And I'll build 2 fruit orchards, even though fruit's not the greatest, but it's better than nothing. We have some horses here. Do I need this town? I don't think I do. I'm going to downgrade it. And instead of building horses, even though there is some demand for horses in this market, I'm going to build some... I'm going to get rid of the stud farms. Goodbye. I'm going to build some fruit orchards, and I will subsidize those if we do need to do so. There's still 11,000 here. Again, more fruit. Subsidized if it needs to be subsidized. Sturdy grains, we're still building all that out. Wool, you're getting built out. Livestock's being built. We have 9,000 wool available here. Again, more fruit orchards. I don't love relying on fruit orchards because, well, fruit sucks. It's for food, but it's better than nothing. I'm also a little bit worried about possibly the price of lumber in this market, because there's only one source of it as an RGO. Three sources. 4? Okay, maybe it's more than I thought. But where do I have woods? I mean, basically the whole thing is woods. So if I can find a spot with some pops, I could build some lumber camps as well, or lumber mills, in order to help supply some more lumber into the market. Man, why do people say this game is good? I think because they have fun playing it. I think that's why they say it's good. I could be wrong about that. It could be for a myriad of reasons. But I'm pretty sure it's because they enjoy it. Are you asking me what parts of the game are good? What do I enjoy? Or are you just asking why people in general think it's good? You just say it's good to look smart. You know what? That is a pretty good idea. That'll get you far. Just like look smart, and then people might just believe you're smart. It's kind of a life hack for you. I need to raise this kid, even though they're an idiot. It doesn't really matter. Go for mill in case I can add them to the parliament or cabinet at some point. Imagine not wanting to be an emperor. Whoa, who's not wanting to be an emperor? Being an emperor is cool. Cool and good, actually. Courtier dies. Is this our chance? Have we finally pushed the Bohemians back enough? Is it time? It's time. They haven't risen everything up yet. Okay, push. Push, push, push. Towards their capital, preferably. Occupy that province. Bring the peasants up. Get those levies close. How are we doing down here? Still working on a siege. Okay. This siege has been taken, though. Are you actually going to move in here? No. Let's get you here. And you here. And that siege is done. Right now? No. Nope. No dice. To grab that. Okay. The Bohemians are defending that siege. Let's reinforce. Make sure we keep our troops close. And then hopefully we can win this. Oh, we took the siege. Oh. Really? That quickly? Why? I guess their defensiveness just was that bad. Interesting. Now they're going to want to contest the siege of their capital for sure. But hopefully it won't be too effective in doing that. I'm gonna send all my professional troops onto Praha here in order to just hold it a little bit better. Yep, thank you, thank you, thank you. We have a lot of captured people here. Okay, and our siege down the south is done. So I want to bring these over, let them recover for a tick or two, and then I need to contest the Naples troops that are just sitting here on these mountain forests. There's like 17,000 of them. And they've just been sitting there all war, preventing me from occupying it and making it more expensive to take in a peace deal. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. There's 11,000 Bohemian troops. They re-raise levies? Nope, that's like their whole military. We might send our peasants back to deal with that then. Just sell those off. Could be a decent idea. And then once this war is over, we have to fight Catholic zealots. And I don't know how large that's going to be of a rebellion, but I think it'll be decently sized. How much influence do we have? 100? Not enough for a synod and make our own patriarchate. Oh yeah, we're Orthodox, by the way. I got excommunicated, and so I was like, that's it, I'm out of there. So we've converted to Orthodoxy, and we're getting there on the whole conversion thing. Slowly. It takes a while. You know how it is. But our colony down here in Egypt's doing well. At least one of them. Levant, technically, is what I've renamed this one to. They've converted everything to Orthodox. They're working on this province now, and they've made all this Hungarian, and they're working on turning all this into Hungarian. Then we released a second colonial nation out of Cairo because I wanted to make sure that this was high control, so that way it converted faster. It seems that they are struggling to get enough conversions done. There are a lot of people here, believe it or not. So they're working on it. Is that the Reformation everywhere? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We got it too. Anywhere that I think it's Catholic majority locations, they will get the Lutheran buildings built. Looks like the Calvinists are here too as well. But we didn't get any Calvinists. And let me tell you what, when you're playing as like a Catholic in this area where the Calvinists do show up, and you spend all your time converting the Lutherans back to Catholicism, and then they all reconvert to Calvinist, feels bad. Feels real bad. Burgundy has guaranteed my subjects. Who do you think you are? Who? You better watch out. I'm gonna come smack you down. I'm gonna make sure nobody remembers the name Burgundy. Iberia down bad. Yeah, Portugal's Lutheran. They converted to Lutheranism, so they're out there spreading Protestantism to the New World and whatnot. What does that even do? I have no idea. I have no idea what it actually does when they guarantee your subjects. I think they get a CB on you if you try and annex your subjects or something like that. You're guessing 2026 you'll get a Greeks Turks DLC? Well, I know that the first DLC is about Byzantium, so you're not far off there. Oh, you need a general. We'll go with you. I guess you're the first one in. Good luck, soldier. Oh, they're down to 12,000. Oh, this is easy then. This is easy then. Let him die. They do have pretty equal discipline. A little bit more tactics for us. Morale probably buffs out to be pretty equal, given that we moved into there. We've got 15,000 troops of reinforcements available. I could have reinforced slower, to be fair. But we will win that fight. We will. Hey, RNG confirmed. How you doing? They're all veterans at this point? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, that's Milan. So one stack does need to stay behind to siege that down. The other two need to contest these sieges. I mean, we have 56% war score, so at this point we could peace out. Could peace out. Bohemia's at -7 though. If I can take their capital, I can probably break their alliance with France. Maybe even Naples at that point. Which would be super nice. We've discovered North Madagascar. Why? Right, I wanted to see if I can colonize down there. We could. Do we want to? I mean, yeah. We could. If anything, it just gets me further towards exploring over into where there are cloves. Which would be kind of funny. The reason we can do this is because I own one location right here. I've got this as a location. I should probably turn it into a core. To be honest with you. Let's see, what do we have here? We have fish, we have sugar, there is some rice. How many pops are here? Oh, there's like no pops here. This is easy. Easy stuff. Now, you are independent. Right, but I don't really... Well, no, you're actually a rebellion against Zimbabwe. Ooh. Big Zimbabwe game, maybe? I don't want to do wars out here, because I can't actually get my troops there. So... surely it'll be fine? Surely? What's the worst that can happen, right? I'll go for this first. Well, I can check natural harbors. Natural harbors, who cares? Who cares about natural harbors? We can create a colonial subject, and I can just send pops out of Constantinople and out to it. Because the pops are just sitting there doing nothing. You're going there. You need to contest here. We should win that because it's mountains. Mountains forests. So we have less troops, but it won't matter because there'll be less frontage. These are being sieged down. Do that. Oh yeah, we do decimate them. These are our levies versus Bohemia's levies. I mean, even our levies are doing pretty good damage. You can now grab this. Oh, it's next to that fort, so it's not really worth it. They'll just get unsieged immediately. Imagine save Royal's desire to the middle of the jungle. Well, you know how it is. Cities are crowded and all that, and you can like go on a little adventure to Madagascar. It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. You have Diplo. Get you there. Uh-oh. Damask, Assam. Also has a food shortage. There's not much that I can do to help. Can you not turn this into a city? Maybe. That would certainly help. Like, part of the problem is that the AI loves. They love to turn anything and everything into a city. Even if it's a terrible idea. Even if it was a downright stupid, terrible idea. They're like, no, no, no. I need this wheat province, or this wheat location to be a city so badly. And it's just kind of like, no, you don't. You're going to starve. Please, for the love of God. My 5% control. Yeah, your 5% control doesn't mean anything if everybody's starving to death, though. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. They don't need to starve themselves. It's okay. It's fine for her, or for them to not suffer like that. I just want to take Praha. That's it. I just want to take Praha, and then we're free. Then we're free. Anti-clericalism? No thanks. Push back their levies again. The thing is, if I kill these levies, they might just raise up their whole damn army again, and that would be bad. We've finally gotten control over this province. And an army has died, or a general has died somewhere. Which is, in general, considered not very good. Not very good, because I don't know. Okay, well, that's not that bad. That was just my peasant general. Diplomatic menu create subject. Not sure if a fiefdom or a vassal is better. I like splitting up between them because they calculate their disloyalty separately, I believe. Power relative to overlord, subject opinion relative to overlord. Meanwhile, country strength of all vassal countries versus overlord minus 9.9%. Wait, do fiefdoms not even calculate based on everybody's loyalty or strength? Is it only individually? Because if so, then, I mean, fiefdoms are just better. I thought it was that all vassals compared and then all fiefdoms compared. But I get up to the fiefdoms and they just don't. They don't have that. Maybe it's because there's only 2. There's a possibility. Need to make sure all my subjects have high opinion of me. Okay, they do. And I don't know who else to improve with. Everybody else is going to hate me no matter what I really do. We can improve with Verona. I can improve with Genoa. And I can improve with the Pope. Try and make them all not hate me as much as time goes on. Who's my heir? You're my heir. Let me go ahead and invite you to Order of Chivalry, and I'll promote you to the head of cabinet so I can get some more crown power. We taking this damn city yet? No. Come on, do it. Do the thing. 28%. I only have 1 artillery impact. Oh, I need more. I need more cannons. That's what it comes down to. I need more cannons. I can do that. Wait, is this the age where there's better forts? Is that what's happening? Fort. No. Fort. Star Fort. No, it is. It is. Bastions are age 4. Maybe they have a bastion. Where is Bastion? I guess it's under artillery. That does make sense. Yeah, that does track. Is this a bastion? No. Why is it taking so long? Bohemia's at 13% defensive? What? Wasn't Bohemia at like 30% less defensiveness from offensive at one point? They just flipped the other direction? I mean, hey, fair enough. I guess if you have the aggressive number 2 ranked great power, but the number 1 power of Europe knocking at your door every couple of years, you might want to be a bit more defensive compared to offensive. I can't exactly fault them. Am I at war? I sure am, and I would like to not be at war anymore, but I'm taking their capital before I peace out. Mostly out of spite. Almost 75% of it is out of spite. I'll be honest. And I do not apologize for that. 8,000 ducats? Your greed is unbelievable. Unbelievable amounts of greed. I still have to go to war with the Ottomans, by the way. That's the next war. These guys don't want to help. Gonna finally subject Naples and Bohemia. No. I'm definitely not vassalizing or subjugating Bohemia. Naples, I'm just trying to kick them out of the Balkans. That's it. That's the whole goal. Just kick them out. Same thing with the Ottoman War we're about to do. Just kick them out. Do we already have a patriarchy? No, because it's perhaps too expensive to make a new one. Perhaps it's too expensive. The fact that you need 80 prestige is kind of dumb. I won't lie. 80 prestige is an insanely difficult thing to get up to. I have found, at least at our size. Maybe when you're smaller and you can have more rivals, if you just do a bunch of separate pieces for like humiliate rivals, it's not as bad. But for us, it's kind of brutal. Bring back the Hussites? I'm afraid there are no more Hussites. It's Joe for Hussite bros. The Hussites are not here. Okay, 35%, surely. Surely this 35%'s the one. This is it. When we get the siege right here. They're going to run out of defenders at this rate. That's going to be what happens. Why did I get brought back to my capital? 35%. This time for sure. Yeah. Each level of fortifications adds -1. Okay, fortifications 2. Fortification is 2. Come on. I'm at 73% war score. I went down to 28. Oh, am I losing cannons? That's why. The temptation to hit this button is so high. Even if it's a stupid idea. I mean, this is kind of sunk cost fallacy at this point. I should just peace out and walk away. I can have Bohemia break their alliance with Naples and with France. I can grab war reps. And I can take 2,000 ducats. Oh, there it is, though. Never doubted it for a second. Barely any art stolen. Boo. Can I scorch this place? How do I do that? Scorch Earth. Why am I not allowed to do this? Not in a siege. Controlled by Hungary. Oh. Oh, you have to not control it? That's weird. Whatever. Okay, give me 3,000 ducats, break your alliance with Naples and with France, and go away. Thank you very much. Execute those troops. Okay, you guys can now walk back. So you can reinforce. Naples? This war is over. Do I just go crazy on them? And that's 80 war score right there. That's 91 war score. It's a lot of antagonism, but it would be kind of nice. Just never have to deal with them again, but yeah, I don't really need everybody joining into a coalition against me and then just sitting there. And I do want to take a lot from the Ottoman, and the Ottoman is Orthodox. Can you make your own religion and name it cute? No custom religions. I could take this. That's still a lot of antagonism. Even Genoa gets mad about it, but it's fine. Give me 2,000 ducats. Give me war reps. And break your alliance with Milan. Sure, that works. Boom. Okay, disband all levies. And then I need to immediately declare war on the Ottomans before they join a coalition. Oh, you can't declare a war? Oh, right, because the rebels wait till after you're done with the war. Well. Uh-oh. That's going to be rough. Civil war. We lost a corps. Hungarian revolt are behind creating a civil war in our country. That's the Civil War. This? One location. I mean, okay. That's fine by me. It's a easy enough Civil War to deal with. Oh, Heretic Empire. Oh. Yeah, these are all Catholic. So I took the land, and then it immediately raised up as rebels. Well, that is unfortunate. A land I just took immediately rises up. Latin Empire Part 2. No, no, no. No Latin Empire needed, thank you very much. You are still black flagged. You can walk here. Why did I switch to Orthodox? Do you want the real reason? The meme answer is all the land I was going to take from my subjects was Orthodox. So I wanted to flip Orthodox. The real reason is I hate the Reformation. I don't like how it works. I don't like that it's just buildings that get added in and it like they just sit there and they convert things forever and you like just sit there with terrible religious unity forever for no reason. So I'd rather just convert to Orthodox and avoid the whole problem. I suppose the other option is convert to Lutheran, and that also avoids the whole problem. And that was also on the options. People voted. They chose. But I just don't like trying to stay Catholic. Catholic's definitely not good enough for me to want to remain Catholic. Why didn't the HRE Princess think of this one simple trick? That's right. One simple, easy trick. Just convert, dummies. Is Anglican in EU5? I think so. Also Empire. That's true. I did want to become an Empire. And we are an Empire. But you can't be one if you are Catholic. Unless you're the HRE Emperor. And that's like a fake empire. So I want to be a real one. You can't be Empire's Catholic? You don't know how it works, huh? Long story short, there can only be one Catholic empire, historically. That's why France and Spain and England and Sweden, they never declared empires because they're not allowed to. Even after it's complicated. It's complicated because even after they flipped like Anglican and whatnot, they were never empires inside of Europe because the only empire was the Holy Roman Empire, and that helped keep the balance of powers in Europe for a long time. And so because of that, nobody declared themselves empires. So you gotta flip out of being Catholic in order to do it. Bullshit? I mean, I don't know. It seems historically accurate to me. Oh, I didn't start annexing this guy. 1581. What? $1581 to annex Nice? That seems insane to me. Much smaller. Yeah, they are much smaller. And so I gotta wonder, why is it taking so long? You guys can't see it. It's 160 and 120. 6 towns, 160. 6 rural settlements, 120. Wait, what? Damn. Damn. Until Napoleon came along and said, screw that. True. True, he did do that. He definitely did not like the idea of not being able to be an emperor. British Empire? The British Empire was only an empire because the queen or king was the emperor or empress of India. They were not the emperor of England. Important distinction. That was their loophole, their way around not being able to make yourself an empire in Europe. Sometimes I learn things. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Still can't figure out how many cannons, infantry you should have in your armies. Me neither. I just throw them in there. And I hope and I pray that they works. And so far, it's worked. Why has my income gone up so much? Ah, war reps from Bohemia and Naples. That makes sense. I was gonna say, this feels like a lot of money. I need to spend that money, by the way. Goods, RGO builder, mass expand RGO. Build them all. How is our capital doing? Ooh, it's done building things. Look at that. Fancy. Still has 121,000 peasants, though. I could spend all my money on making 34 fine cloth workshops. Kind of funny. Sure, I'll build 33 of them. We're making plenty of money. Emperor of India, not England. So after India's independence, Britain stopped being an empire. Yeah, technically. Okay, there goes the revolt. They're out of there. So now, the Ottoman can be smacked down. Off we go, and I need to. I need to. Words are difficult. Words are difficult. Integrate some of the stuff I've been taking. We're still assimilating Bulgaria. I wish I could accept it, but oh well. So you're converting, you're gonna go to integrating down here. You're converting, you're all the conversions are gonna stop for now. We're gonna just integrate. And integrate. Sure. Because I don't really want to release subjects. Like, I don't have very good control in these areas. Don't get me wrong. Well, actually, I could justify releasing subjects down here, but what if I don't want to? What if I don't want to? Our aunt has died. Well, then we're going to walk over here, and they're going to start handing all the sieges over to my subject again. Unlikely inheritor. Move towards aristocracy and centralization. Well, I don't want to move towards decentralization, so yes, it's also 10 prestige. That's 68 prestige. Come on, give me like 2 lucky events. That's all I'm asking for. 2 lucky events, and then I can make my own patriarchate. Please, bro, please. I don't even know what it does. I just want it. That's the thing. I just want it. There's some nice mods in the workshop already. That's wild. To each their own. I don't really care how you play the game, but that's wild. The game just came out. Like, you've barely even played the game, and you're smacking mods on that thing? Really? For real? Like, you're not even giving it half a chance? Not even like a fourth of a chance? That seems wild to me. Detach the siege here. Go kill those troops. Don't let them unsee it again. Do I have enough influence to declare a saint? A saint? Unless you're asking someone else about something different. You know, if the Empire mod for EU5 came out, you'd be playing it? I mean, yeah, true, but I think that's very different. I think that's like a full overhaul mod, which is, in my opinion, a very different categorization in my head. And that's the best justification I can give you. The best justification is, Your Honor, it's different. It is different. grabbing that. So you can move to here. Orthodox nations can declare past rulers as saints, and you get a bunch of prestige from it. I can? I can. I need 150 religious influence, but I also need religious influence in order to create the patriarchate. I have a question. You just started playing as Hungary, and practically right away you inherited the Neapolitan throne and entered into a union with Naples. However, your bastard son, Kalman, who you appoint as head of the cabinet, keeps disappearing and is showing up at the Neapolitan court, and later comes back again. Is there anything I can do about this? Unfortunately, I don't think so. Characters moving around is kind of a weird thing, especially if you are in a union. Like sometimes I've found that my heirs are just in different countries, and so I can't give them good educations, like expensive educations, and that had some pretty serious side effects down the line. But I don't know the solution if there is one. Does deleting buildings lower estate loyalty? Yes. If it's their buildings, it will. Can't play EU5 without a goal? Why don't you just make your own goal? Just think about what you would want in a mission tree and then do that thing. Boom. Congratulations. You've discovered how a mission tree works. Easy. Hey. Don't even think about sieging that. Don't do it. Don't do it, Ottoman. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? Colony of Levant. How about no? Oh, they're thinking about it? Wait, what if I stay here? Alright, I'm gonna contest this. If we can get there in time. It's not gonna be a great fight for us, but no, and they got the occupation. Oh, they were unsieging something else. Sorry, vassal. Talk about a sacrifice. I just let him die. How many troops do the Ottomans actually field here? Okay. 48,000 or something. It's not bad. I still have another professional army up here I need to bring down. And I can always raise my levies as well. Now, from the Ottomans, I want everything you own over here. That's kind of the peace deal. I won't really accept anything less than that. I don't care about the antagonism. You can cry. Okay? You can absolutely cry about it. I will fight a coalition war to kick the Ottomans out of the Balkans. Growth of pecs attracts commoners. Sure. The Ottomans have lost. Yeah, they lost big, too. Are you gonna fight me here? They might. Okay, well, both of these stacks move in, I might have a problem. Who's starving? You're starving. Better question is, what are you still doing here? General of the 7th Army. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Was it the army that's walking down? Oh, cool. That's like the perfect person. You are not good, actually. You are okay. You're fine. You're not the greatest general of all time. And how far off that peace deal were we? Pretty far. But I'm only, what, 2 forts away from getting to the Ottoman capital, so... Oh, they outplayed me. They actually outplayed me here. It's a -3. We had to retreat from this. We won't win it. Outplayed. They were hiding. Hiding in the hills and forests. Yeah, but I have to keep a stack over here because they're going to keep landing troops. Try and unsiege it. Where is it worth to build town and cities so you don't screw your RGO? Well, I mean, that's a very difficult question to answer because I don't know. It's gonna be different for like who you're playing and where you're playing. Like it could be a different answer for two nations that are literally right next to each other on how you would want to develop an area. In general, your higher value RGOs you don't want a town over. So stuff like gold and silver, gems, good spices, right, dyes. These are things that you're probably going to want to have a lot of, and you can get that through higher levels of RGOs. Keep in mind that rural locations have plus 100%. So all these little circle ones, they get plus 100% RGO size. So if you want lots and lots of them, then you want that. If you want to build a town over things, you're just going to have to accept that you're going to sacrifice some RGO levels. Now, in the long term, large megacities will have more RGO levels than a rural location will, it seems. Like, for example, our capital, Buda, has 18 levels of wine that we can build here, because while you do get plus 100% from it being rural, you get a flat increase to RGO levels based on population and development. And because your capital is going to end up being most likely high pops and high development, your capital location's RGO is pretty important in the long term. Like, this sucks. Wine, pretty bad. I would rather have my capital have been something more valuable that I didn't absolutely need in the early game, but long term is really good. I guess now that I say that out loud, long term, having your capital on gold or silver is actually good, because you'll get more gold and silver later in the game. You'll just have to sacrifice gold and silver early, but you will have more control in your capital, so you'll get more value out of the gold and silver. So maybe it is worth it to at the very least have your capital on top of an RGO that's good, but a regular town or city might not be as good because you won't have as many pops there. Which I now understand is not the question you asked, and I got a little distracted. Long story short, you place your towns somewhere that you're okay giving up the RGO. I think that was the better answer. Or I don't ramble. Yeah, these guys are going to be able to push in and unsiege stuff now, which is unfortunate. Who has the negatives here? Oh, they do? Nice. So we will win that. And we do take Bursa, which is pretty valuable for the Ottomans. Good yap. Yeah, who knows? I could have just been yapping off the dome. Who knows if I'm even right? I think I'm right, but that doesn't mean I am right. Obliterated. Absolutely obliterated. Guess you can push forward to grab some locations. Uh-oh. Apparently you're going to have to come and siege this. Oh, the Georgians are running around. You're going to have to go back to the capital. Or not to the capital, to Constantinople. Are you actually going to contest this? You wouldn't do that, right, Georgia? They did, but they don't have much morale. So, you silly AI. You silly goose. You can't just march across the world and now attack my stacks. You can't do that anymore. It's illegal. Haven't you heard? You actually have to, plan where you're moving your troops. How embarrassing. Ooh, +1 cabinet seats. Do we have any crown characters available? Nope. 3 more years and this guy will be. He's pretty good. I guess you for now. You're gonna work on integrating. You can grab that. 100% is a lot. If you're going to invest in the area a lot, it can make up for losing it. Yeah, but you very specifically need high development and a high pop count in order to make it worth it. Otherwise, I think long-term, you will just lower the amount of RGOs there. But that's fine because you're trading RGOs for, like, produced goods. That's what you're doing. So if you don't need the RGO or you can source it from somewhere else, then it's fine because you're making more. I just asked if someone was ready to be on my council, and it's fine. I'll wait for my son to be ready. -6 reasons. And the Ottomans are out of Europe, right? Do they count this as Europe? Some continents? Yeah. Out of Europe. Well, never mind. They're still going to own some islands, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Market Expansion Act is fine. Ooh. Pushes towards outward, which is cool. Can stop that. We're definitely getting closer to threatening the Ottomans' stuff. Can you not walk through there, preferably? The AI loves this location. Oh, I did walk through. This is not the first time that an army's been caught out there. I wonder why. I mean, it's on a road. It's hills and forests, so it's like it's a good defensive spot. It's on a river, so you can get a -3 crossing penalty by walking onto it. You're hidden. Whoa. We just obliterated that stack. Absolutely obliterated. Okay. Cool. We brought over. How does this game shape up against EU4? I think EU5 will be better as a game overall. I think that depending on what you like to get out of EU4, you might bounce off of it. It's a much longer game. It's a slower paced game. Like, really, I shouldn't be playing on Speed 4, but I just am. There's a lot more economic development that's in the game, but not so much that it feels like you don't do anything, like other games that I, don't want to name. Like Vicky 3, right? But I do enjoy this quite a bit. Is your interest in going back to EU4 for you? Yeah, right now, I don't feel any interest in playing EU4. To be fair, I didn't really feel any interest to play EU4 at the end of the time that I was playing. I'd kind of just been done with it. But if you gave me a choice between playing EU4 or EU5, I'm going to play EU5. Not just because it's new, but because I just have a lot of fun playing it. But I also don't mind playing games that take a long time to play. Like, I'm fine waiting for the payoff hours later when I'm playing the game. That was pretty evident, bro. Look, we got there, though. We did what we needed to do. We did what we needed to do. Train Ambinar Universalis 4. I mean, if I was gonna go back to play U4, I would be going back to play Ambinar. Eventually, Eventually, maybe I'll go through and I'll get the EU4 achievements, the last couple that I need, but not anytime soon, probably. We can kind of sneak up here. So I think we should be able to peace out at this point. Yeah. All right, Ottoman. It's time for you to get out of here. Revoke your core on Constantinople. It's not yours anymore. It's mine. The game is so good. Yeah, I can't see me playing for anymore either. You've already put 30 hours since Tuesday. Real. Ottoman has land in Italy? They do. I'm not worried about that. Someone else can take that from the Ottomans. I am doing the Lord's work. Well, you know, they're also Orthodox, but that's besides the point. That's besides the point. The Ottoman is out. No more shall the Ottoman cause me issues. Gallipoli, build a fort. Forgot the islands? I did not forget them. I just left them. I really don't want the islands. I hope they improve trade somewhat. Automation system feels not so great. I'm not the person to talk to about trade. I just automate it and leave it alone for the most part. But there are content creators out there that have really dug into trade, and they make a lot of money from trade, and they seem to really enjoy it. And maybe one day I will do that. Maybe one day I'll actually learn how trade works. Right now, I'm just playing as Hungary, so I just export gold and silver and call it a day. You know? It'd just be like that. It just be like that. Unlawful private collections. Now only Naples remains in the Balkans, and Achaia as well. How's that antagonism looking? The world is not happy with that. They're like, hey, relax, okay? You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to take a bunch of stuff from Naples and a bunch of stuff from the Ottomans. Even though, in my defense, I don't think there's anything wrong with what I did. If they ask me, I'm just the good guy here. I defended Christendom. That's right. I defended Christendom against, check notes, the Christians. Yes. Yes, that's right. It really is that easy. Playing in Alodia in Sudan and the struggle to get the lumber is real. Yeah, you don't realize how difficult it can be to get access to some basic goods and how important that is for the economy until you play in a region that doesn't have them. Iron's the big one. If you play in a region that doesn't have iron and like you don't have wetlands, you'll find out real quick how brutal it is to try and get anything going that way. It's definitely interesting. Definitely interesting. Okay, that's market villages. I guess I just build more market villages. Is there a way? Well, I guess I can just go into the macro, sort by the pest market, and then I can look up irrigation. Right. And I think I just go through and I just max build irrigation right now. Just mass build. Boom. What? What if I don't care about available peasants? Why is it not mass building everywhere? Don't care. I'll even do it in Styria. I don't mind. I don't mind. But like, look at all of these. Remember that irrigation gives pop capacity, and more pop capacity means more pop growth. Okay, this might be a bit overkill. I won't lie. Now that I've clicked all these buttons, I don't know if I have the resources to build these. That's minus 151 masonry. Okay, I'm gonna stop clicking buttons now. It's fine, it's fine. The burgers will import it, okay? The burgers are going to import a bunch of masonry, and they're going to save us. Look, we go from 157 to neutral. It's that easy. We also unlock the rights of the clergy. Oh, they're only importing 4. What? How? I don't know how that works. Maybe we weren't working masons before, and now we are working masons? Is starting as an OPM way harder? Yes. Yes, starting as small nations can be very difficult depending on where you're at. And it will require kind of knowing how to get an economy started. And you can't necessarily rely upon military expansion to fix your problems unless you're also surrounded by very small people, because you'll just be so outnumbered that you'll just get smashed if you get involved in a war. Though that might be a skill issue on my part. How do you export a specific good? I just go to the market tab and I click on the market and then make sure you're in the goods tab, and then you can search up goods. Like if I wanted to export this alum, I can click this little box with blue here. That's import, sorry. Box with orange for red for export. And then you can export to wherever you can reach. Were you exporting masonry and then the AI updated not to export or import? Maybe. That definitely is a possibility. A pretty good possibility. But do you know what that means? I can build more. That means I can build more irrigation. Think about it. And then the burgers can start importing. Thoughts? I don't know why mass build does not want to cooperate. I get that not all these spots have lots of peasants available, but that's okay. We'll survive. I have the money. See, I don't know why some of these are not cooperating. Like, you're telling me there's only one level there? No way. No way. I mean, some of these are in a different node. Or not node, market. Well, I guess we'll see how that goes. Ooh. Building them in Dubrovnik would be a decent idea. Don't really care about the lead, nor do I care about the stone. Well, not livestock, absolutely. And there, absolutely. I mean, even the olives, even though it's not like a great food source, irrigation's better than nothing. Okay, you are gonna get added to the cabinet, even though you're kind of bad. Instead of this guy. Increasing control in Burgess. Am I stupid? Am I? No, I thought it was integrating. Why did I click increase control? Throwing. Absolutely throwy mew moment. Crazy work. Crazy. Road. Oh boy. We've got roads to build, ladies and gentlemen. The Ottoman and the Naples did not want to build roads, apparently. But I will build roads. I love building roads. I'm out of money. Out of money. How do you improve a culture's opinion of your culture? They need to be your subject and the largest by pops nation with that culture, or they need to be your ally, and then you need to use favors for the ally, and you can ask one subject every 50 years to improve cultural opinion. So I'm gonna get Serbian increased now, and I've unlocked the rights of the clergy. Secularization of the state. No. Strengthen rights for more pop conversion speed. Yes. Why not? Why not? That'll be good for that. How's my tax base? Tax base is looking good. Vlad Attack, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. How does trading between two owned markets work? Do you get money for all the trades between them? All the money that doesn't go to your estate. Yeah. Something like that. Kronos, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Any fun disasters to look out for? I don't know. I haven't gone through any disasters, I don't think. I'm trying to think of the people I've played. I did Holland, but I didn't go through the Hooks and Cods disaster. Is that what it's called? So, I don't know. Court and Country. Yeah, I have gone through Court and Country. Commit. That's the best advice I have for Court and Country. Either commit to being absolutist or commit to empowering your states. Do not try to do both. It doesn't go well. Does Castile have Infantes of Aragon? I do not know. The Hook and Cod War, yeah. Times of Trouble is awful. It killed your Giga Air. Rippy dippy. Rippy dippy to your Giga Air. We're still exporting masonry. That's kind of impressive. Kind of impressive. Just wait for Horde Curse when Ambanar comes out. I guess we'll see how they work with that and how they implement it. Bro was just found dead over his desk. Well, did he think about not dying in the times of trouble? That's all I'm saying. Like, he could have just simply lived. It really is that easy. Just don't die. Ooh. Poland's going after Halachir. Yep. Though they're not able to take the war goal, apparently. They are no match for us. That's true. That's true. Okay, but like, how did Bohemia get no antagonism from me taking all of this land? And Verona also doesn't care. And the Karamanids don't care. But like, Morocco cares. Why the hell does Morocco care? What'd I do? It's the Ottomans, and everyone hates the Ottomans. Not in this timeline. No one even knows the Ottomans are a problem in this timeline. They think we're crazy. I go, hey, you guys gotta watch out. The Ottomans are gonna annex all of Europe. And they're like, what? No? To be fair, they'd be like, no, you're the one that wants to annex all of Europe. Ooh, brigs. You know what? Let's build our boats. I have been wanting to build boats for a while. Brigs have 1 sailor upkeep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Expected navy size of 72. That's kind of crazy considering I don't really have that much coastline. Also, great news. Dubrovnik's food problem has been fixed. So that's cool. I was just able to build out enough food. So we're no longer paying for all that food. That's another reason why our income's up. 15 prestige. I know there are events out there that can give 20 prestige. All I'm asking is for one of them. I know you never will, and for once you're not asking for that, but out of the world map, in your opinion, what would be the best nation to do a world conquest on? I don't know. I don't know because I haven't even thought about it. Hasn't even crossed my mind, not a single time. You'll have to ask somebody else. Why are you beating up the poor Ottomans? That's right, poor innocent Ottoman. They even, actually, to be fair, Europe would probably love the Ottomans because they were Sunni and then they converted to Christianity. And even if it was Orthodoxy, like, they love that. They would love that. They'd be like, yo, look, see, the true faith wins out again. Real. What do you mean I'm low on sand? Well, can we not be low on sand? Have we considered that? Okay. Riddle me this, Batman. If you're low on sand, why don't you have people working sand? I guess they're reinforcing the wool still. Reinforcing. They're refilling the wool still. I wonder if this was a good idea to build all this irrigation. Like, irrigation is good. Pop capacity, food production, all that's cool stuff. But it is a lot. In fact, I can even build irrigation in our capital here. That's 14 more building levels, though. But it would give pop cap. Is the thing. It would. And it'd be kind of funny. So I'm going to build it. 2.6 million dead in Black Death. Did you do good? As who? That's a lot of people. That's a lot of pops to die in the Black Death. Navarre has incredibly powerful, unique advances for world conquest. Yeah, I think I saw that the playmaker started as Milan. Because Milan's a county, which gives you war score cost reductions versus people that are a higher rank than you. And then Navarre has some pretty powerful reforms. And that was able to help conquer a bunch of stuff. I haven't followed it too closely because I just don't have any interest in EU5 World Conquest. I'm sure it'll be interesting to watch at some point, but right now, I just like tinkering around and doing stuff. Like, this whole run has just been, it's me testing and seeing how long I can stay on traditional economy and serfdom and see if it's worth it. And the answer is, so far, it's not bad. I definitely feel that we could be much stronger militarily if I went for urban, and I think I could have urbanized more efficiently instead of the way that I did it, of building urban buildings up. But all in all, I do think it's actually pretty good for getting lots of pops. Yo, that guy's a great general. How can you get faster institutions? So you need to import goods from a market whose locations have the institution you're looking for. And the more that you import, the more institution growth you get. Found out why your states were constantly at 0 loyalty. I think if you don't vote for PU laws, you should lose minus 15% all state loyalty. I think that was supposed to be fixed in the first patch. Because that was a problem at one point. That's what ended a Portugal game of mine. Is I was in a personal union with France, and France just kept passing the laws for union offensive policy, like war policy, and they just kept cycling through, like, you must join or you can join, and I couldn't outvote them, and so over and over again, it would just tank my estate loyalty, and I was just sitting at basically 0 loyalty the whole time, so I was making, like, no money after that happened. It was really sad, too, because I was doing pretty well colonially. You didn't update? Oh, no. Oh, no. Duchy of Achaia. No thanks. I would like to swap this guy out. You know what time it is. It's time for nepotism. My son will be much better at this job than you will. This is a lie. This is straight up not true. He will, in fact, be worse. Much worse. But I do need to make sure that all of my sons are married. Okay, cool. You have to have more kids. Oh man, we might be cooked. We might be cooked. Because we can't have women inherit. Oh no, we can. We're fine. Never mind. We no longer have our special... Oh! Because we flipped Orthodox, I think. We lost the special union, or special succession law. So we're actually fine. Cool. It does mean that we're going to lose the Anjou dynasty. Unless I marry into Naples somehow. If I do that, then we'd actually be fine. Truce with you is up in 81. When's my parliament? Interesting. You sent a diplomat to improve opinion. You then assimilated it, but the diplomat seems lost. You can still see it in diplomacy tab, but you can't cancel it because the country doesn't exist anymore. Whoa. Okay, hold on. You sent a diplomat to improve opinion. You then assimilated it, as in, like, you annexed a vassal. You can see it in the diplomacy tab, but can't cancel it because the country doesn't exist anymore. Well, does it still show that you're improving relations with them after the month tick? Is that what you're saying? Give me the votes. It still shows it in that tab. Huh. I don't know. That sounds like a bug. Because it should just no longer cost you any diplomatic upkeep to do that. It should not be here. If the country is truly annexed, then yeah, it shouldn't do that, and that would be a bug to report. But if you're asking about, like, the diplomat here, because the diplomat is spent. But so losing the diplomat makes sense. You don't get the diplomat back. It's this plus next to it that matters. If you hover here and it shows opinion improvements, like -2 or -0.1, and that's the only person that you were improving with, then it's probably a bug. Family secret. I will lose legitimacy. 63. How much religious influence do we have? 118. Still not enough. Levant has called me into a war in the First Cairo Samanode War. Here we go again. My colonies calling me into wars with favors. I cannot explain to you how much I don't like this. I really, really don't like my subjects calling me into wars. Okay, you can carry 9,000. That's pretty good. I think I'm still going to need to hire a merc. So I need to hire some naval mercs. But we're getting close to where I don't need to do that anymore. Italy trying to go into the Balkans challenge level impossible? Real. Real. And then it's a pain to try and take anything from them because you get so much antagonism. And all of their high value land is over here. But, so every time like you take all of this, it doesn't really weaken Naples at all. It's a whole, it's a whole thing. Whole thing. You are gonna get picked up and you're gonna go south. Naples integrated one of their subjects? You're right. They annexed Athens. So now Naples has the kingdom of Albania and the county of Albania as a subject. Yeah, that happened just now, probably. They don't actually have 97 control. Odds are they're using the... Did I literally just do it this month? Then I spent, guess that explains it, the UI is confusing. It shows the annexed country with a border distance of -500. Oh, we gotta keep moving. We gotta keep moving guys down. You're next. Oh, roads. Roads. Yeah. So I want like a coastal road here for sure. And then let's make sure that it's actually being connected to their capital. And then up into here. And then I'll even build it out into Cairo. Cairo, you can build roads down here. You just make sure that everything is all connected down here. Then I need to build roads up top as well. Build road. Down here, that all works. Make sure everything is connected. Nice. Apparently I can build some roads out there. And here. Anywhere else? Nope. Looks good. Now, can I build any roads out from this spot? This needs to become a city. Yeah, that's a problem. So, I want to make sure we're building roads out from these market centers to ensure that we're getting maximum value out of our... What the... Whoa. Wacky. I don't even know how I did that. I need roads up into Transylvania. Transylvania's in this node, or this market. And then out here as well. All the roads. All the roads, all the roads. I don't think this is in our market, but I have the money, so I don't care. The Great Road Building of 1580. And down here works too. Let's try and stay a little bit more focused on what we need here. There we go. All the roads and all the irrigation. Now you probably have a lot less troops, don't you? Oh yeah. We obliterated their levies by taking Cairo. They are murking up. I don't think it's going to matter too much. And we can block it. Get blocked, bozo. I do think it moves. They're building level 1 marketplaces? How embarrassing. I think 2 stacks will be more than enough for down here. Yeah, because these are all levies, so they shouldn't be a problem. Walk here. I say that. And yet, I seemingly am having a tough time. There's a -2 here. Topography. Oh, it's wetlands. Right. I might have been a little too bold on that one. Can you please get in there and fight? Save our guys here? There we go. Yikes. Equal losses. Not great for a professional army versus levies. Kind of embarrassing. This is getting flipped over to me, and I will decide who gets it. I already know who's going to get it. It's going to be Egypt, not Levant. Black says here you have a regency for an 8-year-old. How screwed are you? I would say you're not any more screwed than you would be if you had a fully healthy adult leader as well. City Leagues of Hungary. The many rich mines of Upper Hungary are in many ways vital to our economic interests and have therefore often been afforded much greater liberties than we tolerate for other settlements in our country. The German saying Stadtluft macht frei holds true both for the cities themselves and for any serfs who might find their way into the communities. With bullion short in supply all over Europe, the city leagues are now richer and more sure of themselves than ever. Some of our nobles, however, argue that we are allowing them far too free reins, and that we should at the very least demand that they provide the defense of our country. City League defense, fort defense, and levy size plus 20%, or booming mining industry for minus 100% levy size, but plus 20% raw material output. I like money. We will protect their privileges. I like money. Money is good. Oh, they do have professional troops here, actually. Look at that. Can I humiliate you in this war? Is that allowed? No. I'm gonna let these troops die. Sorry. My troops are reinforcing. Too busy reinforcing to help. See, I'm worried that these guys are just gonna keep calling me into wars. Now, it's kind of nice because it gets around the coalitions. My subject declares the war, and then I get to fight them and piece them out and take their land. But what if, and I know this might be crazy, what if I don't want to fight these people? They just use favors to pull me in, and I can't do anything about it at that point. Okay, age 4, war score cost reduction, tolerance of heretics and heathens, +1 Mercury patio max level. Remember, Mercury patios give us 100% gold and silver output, so I feel like that's a pretty pretty easy choice for us. I wouldn't mind that lumber output, and I wouldn't mind tolerance for the true faith. I don't know if that's necessarily super important to me, though. Because we have barely gone down the left branch of global trade. Furniture workshops are here. Dye workshops. It's all exploration stuff. This is trade companies, which we do want. If we want to set up a trade company in like India or whatever, it would be kind of nice. Customs house would be good too. Diplo range and trade range, kind of nice. This military stuff though, food production, I should probably grab that. Saltpeter workshop, pottery workshop, glass workshop, beer workshop. There are shipyards, flintlock levies. That's just better levies. Those are just better heavies. Trade maintenance reductions. Hungarian hussars. Oh, they're a heavy cav with more initiative. Interesting. Cannon workshops. Gun workshop. Barracks. Okay, barracks are kind of crazy. If I remember. So I wanted to build an even larger professional army. We could go for the barracks. Bulwark of Christianity. We can get 10% manpower. That's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. Let's grab barrack. Oh, didn't mean to do that. No. That drags me back over. Let's grab barracks and then gun workshops. We should probably grab pikemen. And I can skip the heavy lancers. And we can go for the Hungarian hussars. And then we'll see where we go from there. Do county houses do anything in provinces with 100% control? Yeah. They do. Because even when you have 100 control, the money still goes to the estates. Now let's see. 30% here. We tax them at 25.91. Is that? Yeah, it's 25.91. You know? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I just kind of build them everywhere. But the counting house just adds 33% crown power, right? What does it actually translate to on the map? Counting house, yeah. 33% local crown power. Impacts the estate power of government, or in other words, the crown power of the location. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. But if it doesn't increase taxation directly, I think it should, because if you hover over the crown power percentage in estates, you get it from total pops. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. But that doesn't... Local power 47.63%. Due to them having 20,000... No, probably like 2 million. No, 20,000 of 42,000 political power. Each pop exerts a different amount of political power dependent on the estate they belong to. Maybe it just reduces the political power of pops in a location? That might be it. Remember Habibi saying during the stream that he thinks county houses don't do anything in provinces with 100% control. Let's see. Let's find a city without 100% control. Here we go. So local crown power minus 11%. I mean, that does make sense. That does make sense because you can't add crown power, like the way that crown power works is it's not actually calculated as like the crown gets a percentage of the tax base. Remember that it just allows you to tax them more. So because there's a loss of, in this case, 11.7% of crown power, if we build a counting house, it offsets that 11.7% loss. So if we look here, potential tax base of 40, loss of control of 88, we lose 11%. But the question is, shouldn't it then go back up? Because we have a counting house of 33% local crown power? Like the control wouldn't go up, but shouldn't the tax base go up? Like the effective tax base? And maybe it is. Because it should offset this negative, which means that the tax base should be fine. Because remember, what this is really telling you is that you just can't tax it well. That's what it is. You can't tax it. You can't get troops out of it. Skill issue. Sucks to suck. Weaken your nobles, right? But if I build the counting house, it should offset that. But I don't even think it does. But counting houses definitely do something. Like they do something. They do add to your crown power. It seems like when I build one when I'm small, I see it make a difference in my crown power. But I don't know where to see where that's happening. But it's got to do something. But I don't know what exactly that something is. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Unless maybe it doesn't do anything. Is this not on auto refill? No, it is. Okay. Whoa. Getting a little aggressive there, aren't you? Outplayed me. Too bad I'm going to reinforce. And now, you're dead. You can go to Alexandria, and you can go to Fua. We'll start sieging. I'll just leave their capital for now. You need to marry a noble. That's the youngest person we've got. Well, you're out of luck then, son. Sorry. You'll have to wait. No marriage for you. Well, unless I'm about to integrate a subject, then we'll get more characters. We are actually about to. In just a few months. No! My crown character! On the council! Do I have another one? Yeah. Technically, he's bad though. But he, you know, it does count. He's there. He's participating. Real participation trophy for that guy. No one's happy that he's working there, but you know. Oh, look at that. We are the #1 great power. Finally. Why? Did Koke Temer die? Let's take a look. What's going on over there? Nah, I'm just built different, actually. That's what it comes down to. I think my economy has just gotten so big that I can outscale them. L. Welcome to being the #2 great power. At least I think it's him. It could be this guy. Because he has 34 million pops. And that's a lot. Like, there's no way for me to know until we see them. I guess I could try and explore up to see if it is him. Because if it's not Doab, then it is Koke Temer. Potential tax base multiplied by control gives the tax base of a location, which is the ducats that's actually created and distributed amongst the estates. Correct. Yeah. Understanding of that is that a counting house would increase the portion distributed among the estates that goes to the crown. Right. But it seems that that's not really happening. Because that's not how you tax estates. You tax estates from the national tax rate. So in this case, there's a 51.18% tax on the commoners. And if we look here, it's 51.18. So the counting house isn't actually doing that. You tax the estates, you don't get money out there. Exactly, yeah. All money goes to the estates first, then you take it. Ginger Gus, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Seems like they're the same stat? What do you mean they're the same stat? Like the tax and the... I don't know what you mean by that. Like control and crown power do the same thing. Oh. Yeah. I mean, kind of. I mean, they're definitely connected. Heavily connected. Right? Like crown power gives you a state satisfaction equilibrium, which allows you to tax people more. And the more control you have somewhere, the more of the tax that you get. So, like, it does come together. But I don't know... I don't know how that translates, actually, with the counting house. Now that you've brought it up. I don't know. Because technically you don't have any crown power here, unless maybe... Hold on. Maybe the... Maybe the crown power makes it to where more of your... Okay, I'm seeing where you were bringing up earlier. Maybe the crown power adds to how many of the pops are considered crown pops for political power. Right? Well, no. Because this is just 12 million pops, which that's our national pop that we have. And that gives 5,563 base political power. And then that's multiplied by all these things. And then that gives us our 47% crown power. And of course, this is pushed back on how many pops are a part of the estate. Like, we have 1 million burgers, so it would be pretty clear in here, like, we'd see this be like 11 million if it didn't count the burger pops, but this is also counting the burger pops. Do you have anywhere without a counting house that you can add one to see how it changes the tax? It's a good point. It's a good idea. Yeah, up here. Man, we gotta cancel our irrigations. Imagine. Okay. So right here we have 29% control, 29.8, with a potential tax base of 10 and an effective tax base of 2.98. Okay, effective tax base 2.98. So if I go in here and I build a counting house, what should happen is I should make more than one ducat. I don't think it should affect the potential tax base because that's affected by control. Right? Multiply by control gives the tax base of a location, which is ducats, that is actually created and distributed amongst the estates. But we should see that the total amount we get increases. Or maybe it's not about that at all. Maybe it's not about like a per location basis, and it's just about trying to contribute to the national amount. But then I don't know where it would show that here. I don't know where it would show that. Counting house gives local crown power. This impacts the estate power of the government, or in other words, the crown power in this location. The estate power of the government, right? Or in other words, crown power in this location. So it's just about, it's about contributing to the national crown power and not location crown power. But then why would that matter if it's 100 control or 0 control? Right? Unless somehow local crown power gets modified by control in some way. It counteracts the crown power malice you get from lower than 100 control. No, I don't think so. Because what is it modifying? It's not giving us more tax. Like, we're still just taxing at the national tax rate here, and we already have a counting house, and it's not at 100%. It doesn't get affected. And it also doesn't make the potential tax base exist, right? Because this is still just the effective tax base of 36 instead of the potential tax base of 41. The loss of control lowers it by 11.59%. It also lowers local crown power. I think it's just a national calculation. I don't think it does anything in the actual location. I think it's just about giving you national crown power, and it offsets some of the penalty you lose from control. I don't think it actually like makes you money directly. I think it's about just like giving you more crown power in general. So places that have a lot of pops but are low control, you want to make sure that you have counting houses in order to offset the lack of control, I think. So anyways, I'm going to build these counting houses now. That, you know, I never got around to. Because, well, we gotta do that. If it increases the crown power the pop gives, then it's actually unrelated. Yeah. It kind of does make you money directly. It has higher crown power in your estate makes you more money. Right. I'm saying that it doesn't make you money directly on a per location basis. Like, it's not like building a counting house is going to give you an extra ducat a month in a location or whatever. It's about making sure that you can just in general just like do crown power things more effectively, which is estate satisfaction, efficiency of cabinet, trade income, expected cost of court reductions, and so on. It has to be a multiplicative modifier onto the political power that the crown gets from pops, so a counting house in a 10k province is less result than one province with 1 million pops. So build counting houses in populous provinces. Yeah, but I mean, you might as well just build a counting house in every location you can if it doesn't have 100% control. Because it will give you something. But yes, priority-wise, higher pop locations are more important than lower pop locations. It's kind of funny. Answer is the same from the start. Build them everywhere. Exactly. You just build them. You just build them, and that's the answer. You just build more. And all this is going to be low control. I don't care. Keep annexing them. You just figured out you had 70% of your pops labeled as heathens? Oh no. You gotta convert them to the true faith, of course, whatever that may be. People trying to troll and derail you from min-maxing by saying it's only useful in low control provinces. I mean, it is definitely more useful in low control provinces. He's not wrong. That is correct, objectively. It's just, you just build them everywhere, though. But yeah, if you take an Italian city that has 50,000 people in it, then you're going to want to make sure that you build a counting house in there quickly. So that way it doesn't detract from your crown power. But that's one of the reasons why you don't want to blob too much. Like, really, I shouldn't be annexing these vassals. I should just let them sit there, but I want my name to be bigger on the map. And so I'm doing it. It's because high pop, low control locations will drag your crown power down. So, but if you then build a counting house there, it offsets it. So what does that mean? That means that a city that has, let's see, this is 11.59 and 88%. A city with 20, 30, 70, 77. A city with 77% control and a counting house, when it comes to calculating crown power, is the same thing as just a city with 100% crown power. So you would want to place cities you're building up away from your capital within that ring. Really. If you wanted to be optimal about ensuring that your crown power doesn't go down. Like, if right now I went and... Oh, I said I was going to explore this. If I went and conquered a bunch of India, like, I'd tank my crown power. Because there'd be no control here, and it would just drag it down significantly. Can I go to war with Naples yet? Make that crash number 2 since game release. The answer is no. I'm not allowed to go to war with Naples yet. Oops. Game says no. I talked about going to India, and they were like, don't even think about it. Don't even talk about that. You had 10 crashes on version 1.0 since version 1.0.20 crashes? Really? I had one crash on 1.0, and that was it. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, game. We're not done yet, okay? We still got some more gaming to do. Thank you very much. I didn't say you could exit out yet. Adding 20 provinces with 0 control and that have minus 100% local crown power brings your percentage down overall. Right, but I'm saying that taking a bunch of locations with 1,000 pops in them that you have no control over is nowhere near as bad as taking over locations with a bunch of pops and no control, if there's a lot of them. Which, you know, I mean, like, that makes sense. That makes sense. But cities... Oh. That's kind of interesting. But cities have a high base... Well, high is a bit dramatic. A higher base control compared to rural locations. I think it's like 30... 34. You get 20 from it being a city. 5% from a temple, that's 25. No, is it 10? 10 for a city? You get 20 from a core. Let's say you core it. That's 20, 25 from the temple, and then 35. So it's 35 from base. I mean, we can look. I have cities that are at that level right now. Down here somewhere. Aren't you supposed to be a city? Oh, it's building other buildings. You. So right here, we have 40... Wait, do I actually have... No, that doesn't work. Constantinople. Constantinople has 32.06 control right now. It gets 20 from the core, it gets 10 from the city location, and then it gets 5% from the temple. That's a minus 67%, minus 67.94% local crown power. If you build a counting house here, that then pushes you up to only minus 34.94% local crown power, right? So if you're gonna have territory far away from your capital, you want it to be a city and not a rural location, because you're gonna have an easier time of not dragging your crown power down. But I mean, still overall, you're losing crown power. You would still need enough pops in your core territory to offset the loss that you will encounter by taking them. So I guess like treaty ports do make a lot of sense. And now that I think about that, I think back to a Netherlands game that I played. And that makes a lot of sense, because that's kind of what I did. Not because that's what I was like playing around, but it felt like the right thing to do. Is that I built up like one city in North Africa, like near Mali, and I built some towns around it as well. And I was able to have decent control there. Part of that's because I was able to push some amount of control over the seas. But even if I couldn't, owning the city and then I guess towning it up does help, because towns give +5 control. Meant that it wasn't hurting my country that much. And that instead, if you wanted to... Okay. I'm putting it all together in my brain. If you want to have control... if you're trying to control trade, you just want to own a city yourself directly. If you're trying to exploit RGOs, you want to have a colonial nation hold it, because that's what they're good at. So really, like, the optimal thing to do would be to have a colonial nation, and then you would hope they keep it rural, but they won't do that. The AI loves to make towns. But you would hope that they just leave everything rural, they make all the raw resources, you have one mega city there, and then you use that mega city to send resources either back to a better trade node, like a better market, that it has more pops working in urban jobs, or you can somehow find enough pops to have them build up a city there and then control that. Colonies can make slaves work, RGOs better, so that just makes sense. Right. Which means that if that's the case, you probably do want to have at least one city in Northwest Africa. So that way, so that way you can get like a better monopoly over the slave trade. So that way you can send the slaves out west to work in your colonies, or even south or east, right? Because colonial nations aren't just limited to the New World. You can put them anywhere. The couple of colonial runs I've done, I've just made colonial nations kind of everywhere, because you have low control, but that's not necessarily what you want to do. It would be better to... Well, really, you want to like hyper specify. This is a question that I have for people that have done more colonial games than I have, because I haven't done all that many of them. Been playing a lot of Hungary, played Naples and Provence and whatnot. Is it better to colonize a lot of territory, or is it better to colonize a more specific territory and then continue to send pops to that territory, whether it be slaves or regular pops, if you cannot get enough of them, to get access to higher levels of RGO production? Let's do an MP as Portugal made a huge slave colony in Northwest Africa from Tunis to Morocco. Depends on location, how well your colony can control it. Like for example, there's a lot of Chile, I think it's Chile, in the Caribbean. Unfortunately, you can't get sugar there just because of how the game is set up. But there's a lot of Chile. So is it better to just totally focus on the Caribbean than to try and grab the Caribbean and Colombia? Right? Because you would think that if you get control of both of the regions, over time, long term, you're going to have more pop growth if you own all of those territories. All those territories, right? But The thing is, you then have to invest in both of those territories, and you have to send the initial pops to get control over those territories. Like right now, we could go and colonize whatever we wanted, like if we were Castile or whatever, because we have 12 million pops. Like we have so many pops. But I do wonder. General said in a video, I think Kabibi also, it seems better to focus on one area, make the colony self-sustainable, then move on. So not colonize Brazil, Colombia, Caribbean at the same time. Focus one, move on. I wonder what they would define as self-sustainable. Like, that's probably just like up to personal preference thing. You found a colony in Cuba, which was super easy to help them control. It's all coastal. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does help that it's all coastal, right? And if you do colonize like Colombia, you'll probably just be focused on colonizing the coast of Colombia. Though I think Colombia itself actually has a lot of pops there that you would have to colonize over. If I remember correctly. There's like a decent amount of them. Can I go to war with Naples? Is that allowed now? Do we still have a truce? 21 days. I'll wait. Alright, let me... Well, we're gonna fail. So I don't want to fail this. I'm in a war right now, aren't I? %5 doesn't get me there. All lessen burger levies. Doesn't matter. I will fabricate a CB on Naples. Which means we do need to wrap up this war down here. Though, who are you allied to, Naples? Just Provence and Burgundy? Maybe I don't need to. We might be fine with the 3 stacks that we have up here. We can probably just do both wars at the same time. But I wouldn't be able to bring my other troops back because I only have transports. They'd probably get got. Why do I have 2 boats here? Oh, because I built boats using the macro builder. I'm just gonna get rid of these. I can't use them. That's funny. That's funny. You're gonna move over here. You're gonna go here. Where's the button to destroy a market? So you just go to wherever the market capital is. You click on the location. You go up to market in wherever, and then you right click to destroy the market. And then you lose like 20 stability or something. There is a cost. The tooltip doesn't tell you there's a cost, but there is a cost. This needs to go to me. You need to reinforce. This needs to go to me. Now we can engage. That should all be getting occupied, right? Lower Macedonia. Oh, I did get a bunch of new territory, didn't I? What that means, RGO builder. Mass expand. Just build all the RGOs. It does mean I should probably go through here and make sure that Nice didn't do anything too weird. You can turn Nice's capital into a city. This doesn't need to be a city. In the Nicaea node. Okay. There's a lot of possible things I can do with there. We're still building irrigation. Still building irrigation. You can transferred. You don't have cannons, do you? Nope. You do not. I thought that was taking a while. We can peace out, though. I mean, how crazy am I feeling? Oh, that's too much. I think we'll just take one province then. Like, there's really no reason for me to take more than one. I can just feed that over to Cairo. How are they doing on their conversions? They are working on it. It's going to take them a while is the thing. I mean, these guys are doing pretty well. This is all lower Egyptian. They haven't started culture converting at all, which makes sense. So if I give... I don't know if I want to take anything, actually. Because they're not going to convert it for a while. I mean, their control will be fine, though. Like, they have the ability to integrate it right now. And I can always bring troops down. It's not that difficult. And it wouldn't be too big of a rebellion if I just give them one single one. And this is like the super valuable one. It's got sugar, cotton, and rice. So I think I'll take this. And money. And war reps. And dismantle your forts. What do you mean it's too much? It's 29 war score to dismantle the fort here? What? Why? I mean, I get that I guess it's protecting an important location. Whack. Whack. I don't really care. That's whack. I'd rather get the money. All right, let's move these troops up, and then we will go to war with the Naples. And Egypt joins the coalition. Let me go to Egypt. I will cede you this province. And now we just have to hope that our colonial nations don't go to war with each other. Let's hope. They don't really have any control over that as far as I'm aware. They can just do that sometimes. We're supposed to be friends and working together. I had a small MP and someone used their market super hostile another player because literally all his pops, causing literally all of his pops to migrate out of his city right after the Black Death. It's interesting to see someone's nation collapse from having actual 0 pops. Huh. Use their market super hostile on another player. How? How'd they use their market to force someone's pops to move? I mean, pops can migrate within the market, to be fair. Yeah. Pop migration is per market. But how would you, like, influence that? An embargo, maybe? In order to restrict goods, and so they're unhappy and they move? Increase the attractiveness in the city by a lot. Oh, they're... Yeah, okay, yeah. That does make sense. They're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. Oh, hey, look at that. Nobody's migrating into our capital? Huge. All it took was going over my building limit like crazy. Our pops aren't actually migrating all that much. Surprisingly. But yeah, it's very easy to have all pops run to one single location early on. Just make it your capital and then build a cathedral. And they just start flooding. Unless there's settlements. To be fair, I guess that player could have contested it by, if they're able to build settlements, that's a +1 base. And then I think there are some ways to influence rural migration attraction. I just don't know if you can stack it up enough to beat a city early on with high attractiveness. Because you can use the cabinet action to encourage migration, and that adds +1. So you'd have to build a settlement, and then you'd have to get the +1, and that would just be very difficult. Like, closed borders. That's true. That's true. Closed borders is probably the best way to do it. That's true. You probably would just need to do that. And it is probably a good idea to have closed borders if you're not, like, going to be the most attractive person in a market. Where is that? Is that under socioeconomic? Yeah, border controls. Well, there's open borders and there's closed borders. That's about migrating in, right? No, it's in either direction. I thought there was also a there's also a privilege, right? Well, then what does this privilege do? The commoner one. Allow peasants to migrate. But peasants can migrate by default, right? So does this override the law if you put it in? Allows commoners to migrate in your own country. Oh. Well, it just says in a country. Would it override the law? I don't know. We can't really check because they're not going to go anywhere else. We could consider getting rid of the Prizren node now, by the way. Or like moving it down into here somewhere would be better. That way Dubrovnik can get some more food RGOs up here. Really, we should probably move Prizren or delete it and then put one in, like, I was going to say Athens, but that's kind of far south. Right here could be good. It's rural. Athens would probably be the best one down here then, overall. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of flatlands here, so you could put a market right in here somewhere too, and that wouldn't be too bad. Grasslands, farmlands, flatlands. Do we have a town in here at all? Yeah. 24,000 pops. Compared to Athens, 124,000. Kind of hard to beat that. Kind of hard to beat that. Because the more people you have working, the more market attraction you have. Though, to be fair, I'm not sure we're really worried about market attraction. If we're in control of all of these. The only one that I'd like to get a hold of is Bursa. And I don't know... I think I need to take Bursa and then destroy it and move it in order to make that work. Okay, you're going to go there. Here. Here. We'll see where they go. You can grab this. We'll just flood in. Armies march. Get in there. Would the trade CB work yet? Is that what that's for? Is that... If I needed to create a CB. Disrupting trade. Requirements not met. Any port in Hungary has privateers from the Ottomans. Apparently not. Bonus war score from winning naval battles. Trade conflict. We have to be embargoed by the Ottomans for trade conflict. Blockading ports and naval battles. Anti-piracy, same thing. Okay, so it's just different ways for this to start. Aha! Wait, any market this center is in Hungary. And privateers. But isn't that the same thing as this one? Any port in Hungary, privateers. Wait a minute. Maybe there's a special peace option or something? Ain't that the same thing? Have you used any of them? Yeah. EU4 brain for me. I see a war where I can't take land and I go, nope. Not worth. No thanks. I'm good. I'm good. Can walk in here. I do need to keep an eye up in the north to make sure they don't walk in up there. You don't have any cannons. I gotta fix these stacks a bit. Should really make sure that each of these has a ton of cannons at this point, so that way they can effectively do their jobs. Let's quickly jump over these mountains before wintertime. Let's make sure that we can actually occupy stuff. If you take money, they'll be weaker the next time you fight them. I can almost guarantee you, no. This is sorting by income. Where can I see their money? Where can I see money? I'm fairly confident that all the tags on the map right now have just money sitting in their thing. What is that? I have 238% crown power. Nice. I don't know if I can see how much money they have. I can just swap over to them. AI doesn't use money. The AI is nowhere near as aggressive as the player is of expanding RGOs. It was something that we were talking about earlier, is that right now I have a huge fur deficit in pest. Just a massive one. Because all my burgers are demanding... I did it again. All my burgers are demanding fur. So I have like minus 68. And I'm currently importing... I'm importing 20... 28... 38... like, I don't know, 50? We're importing quite a bit of fur. And then I go up here, and I look, and friggin' bozos. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. They did expand these two. These two were empty. But, like, they're just not expanding their fur. I don't know how to teach the AI to identify that there is a lot of potential profit if they build up the fur. They could import it to me. Like, I don't think that could work. But a player would absolutely be building up their fur and then sending it down to Hungary in order to make profit off of the trade. You're not sure what I can gain from this? From this war? I can expand my presence on the map. That's it. That's what this war is for. I don't actually need any of this land. Like, I don't need it. Don't need it at all. Just taking it because I wanna. Clearly the answer is to take their fur. I did think about that. It did cross my mind. Is to go up there and make some vassals and improve the fur and then import it in. No way. No. The Ottomans are still here. I didn't notice this little bit they owned. Oh, man. Damn it. I gotta find them again. Boo. Boo. Don't like that. How dare they sneak by me. They're hanging on. Their dreams are still alive. Here's how we can still win, Auto Bros. Let's take those out. Now we can take their islands too? No. Because I won't have any control over the islands. I already don't have control over a lot of things. I only feel comfortable doing this because we have so much crown power. 47%. And when you know, if we do get to absolutism, we're gonna get more. a lot more. I'll just obliterate my estates. What did Burgundy just occupy? Oh. The place in Italy I have. Poor guys. They just get occupied every war. You did a 5-hour run of Hawaii last night? Boy, is that a painful start. It sounds painful. That sounds painful. Do you have any pop? Wait, no. I clicked on Hawaii one time. Isn't it all tribes? So you can't even expand RGOs? Like your RGOs start at 0? Well, they're expanded, but no one's working in them because everybody's a tribal pop. And so you just have to like wait for people to convert. You have a ton of pops that's all tribe. Yeah. So you just have to sit there and wait for them to slowly convert into peasants. Well, into peasants. And then to laborers, right? I don't think... Can they go directly from tribe to labor? Yeah, the cabinet action, it's a mill-based one. Nope. Damn. So you have to convert them into peasants. And then the peasants need to promote into laborers. But you probably have low pop promotion speed because, well, you're like a tribal and you don't have any... You don't have any like towns or anything. And you don't have towns, that's another thing. And you can't build a boat without a town. There you go. No boats. No boats. Naples. I would like to not do that. Upper Macedonia, Thessaly, Northern Epirus, Southern Epirus. Apparently not. Wow. This guy moves to the Hungarian Empire. What about this? That's 93. I mean, that's a lot. But again, I don't think people really care. I think it's fine. And if I do get decked on, I get decked on, right? Whatever. Whatever. We'll play it as we go. I do want to probably release these areas, these locations, provinces, whatever they're called, into vassals. Because there's not a lot of decent RGOs down here, I don't think. There's some gems, but it's whatever. It's going to be a while before I can really do anything with that. Like, I'm pretty sure that I can get control down into here with the next level of roads, but I don't know if I can get it down into here. It's just, you know, woods, forests, mountains, hills, no rivers to travel down. It's not looking good. Something just popped up that I was gonna... Mercury patios. Also, I don't care if we are over the building limit. I will build Mercury patios. And I don't care if there's available peasants or not. Cool. Good stuff. More gold, more silver. Mercury will figure it out. Look, we have plenty. Plenty. Look at that. We only have 14 demand. And we're exporting a bunch to different markets. Well, actually, we're exporting this to the pest market, which is probably a more accurate representation of what I actually need. Yeah. Yeah. We might need to do a war against Verona for this Mercury and make a vassal down here. Well, I don't really care about the vassal. I can give it to Styria and max out this Mercury because it has plus 200% and I kind of need it. Just saying. So either they need to expand it and allow me to buy it, or, you know, we gotta We gotta fight. Okay, we don't have military access all the way down to Naples yet. And they are not going to give me 100% peace deal here. Unless I go and occupy Naples proper. And I'm not against that. Mostly just a matter of logistics of getting there. Ooh. Crown character? Not very good though. Not very good though. If you have gold or silver, what is the best law for precious metal distribution? Well, it depends on what your goal with your gold and silver is and how much of it you have. And how much is going to be demanded in your market. If you have a lot of it and you want to base your trade off of it, you want to go for unlimited export. That's what I've done as Hungary. I have unlimited export for precious metals. That does reduce your income from minting. So you won't make as much money from the minting here. But I'm trading it and I'm making a stupid amount of money from trading in silver and gold. That's most of my economy. If you plan on building jewelers, banning export is better if you want to make money through trade you open up. Yeah, pretty much. And I've found, and I don't know if this is everybody else's experience, I've found that trying to invest in jewelry early isn't really worth it. Unless you're near somewhere that cannot make it or cannot get access to any kind of precious metals or is not going to build enough market villages to use stone to make jewelry. Because after the Black Death, the demand for jewelry just isn't high enough to make it worth it, and you'd be better off just trading the gold or silver that you have because it's just worth more. Like, the real distinction between just trading gold and trading jewelry is that jewelry it costs half per use of trade capacity to trade. So with one trade capacity, you can trade one gold, which is worth 10 ducats. Meanwhile, jewelry is worth, where is it? I think it's worth 5, right? I can just look it up. Jewelry is worth 5 ducats, but you can move it at 0.5. So it costs less. So you can move, 2 jewelry for the same amount of transport as 1 gold. So it's technically more efficient use of your gold. But you do have to have the other inputs like gems, ivory, or amber in order to augment it. So it's not like a direct trade thing. But it really depends. In Bohemia, your jewelry was at plus 20 per building, but Bohemia makes a lot of gold and silver. Like, I've seen them out. They do. And what's crazy is in like a multiplayer game, if Hungary and Bohemia together decide to not export gold, they will make insane money off of trading jewelry. Like, if you can somehow convince Bohemia in single player to do that, if you're playing Hungary, or vice versa, then you would essentially have a monopoly on jewelry in Europe. Because if you look at where gold is in Europe, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 sources of gold that are completely locked behind Hungary and Bohemia. Maybe just 9. This one I don't think is. But it wouldn't be difficult for Bohemia to get it. So we'll say 9 out of the 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 9 out of the 14 sources of gold in Europe are locked behind Bohemia and Hungary. The one down here doesn't even count because there's like no pops there in the beginning of the game because Byzantium just gets rolled. And so you just lock it down, and you can do the same thing with silver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 sources of silver out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 sources of silver. Is that true? Is that real? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So it's about half of the silver controlled. There's some up here too. A little under half then. There's more silver available than there is gold. But if Hungary and Bohemia decide not to export gold and silver, then everyone else is pretty much cooked. Yeah, they're pretty much cooked. But as for what you want to start with, I kind of like just grabbing the trade efficiency from regulated export. But unless you have an absolute ton of gold and silver, I would never go unlimited. I'd rather go export, ban, or regulated. Just depends. To answer the question more succinctly. Do you think the Pope will give me access? He will. Do we go siege down Naples? I think so. I'm going to leave one stack behind. Everybody else, start walking. Start walking. We'll purchase military access from these guys. Hungary starts with the ban on already. Yes, Hungary does start the game with a ban on it. At one point, there was an event after the initial ruler dies that I think gives them the option to get rid of that and go to unlimited export. I don't remember. I don't know if that's been changed. It's been a while, and I didn't see it in this run. I banned it before he died because he actually lived a while. But I do think that at some point Hungary AI will open it up because the historical option is to start trading in it again. Pope, can I buy food access? Thank you. I need to stop moving these troops, otherwise I'll have no morale and they'll get jumped. You. I was gonna send you there, but Moldavia's got it. I don't know what I'm doing with my armies, but I'm dealing 6 times the damage to AI. Surely it's good compositions. It's that easy. It really is that easy. Ooh. Order of the Swan increases military ability. Nice. You would be a pretty good cabinet member. 20 legitimacy. Yeah, I'll pay it. I'll pay it, and I get rid of one of these friggin' terrible people. We got 1594. Gross. That'll be done in probably the same amount of time, to be honest. But depending on the age, if it's levies the AI is using, they get massive debuffs. Yeah. I've only noticed it really start to matter in this age, though. For the minus 30%. Like, it's been... During age 3, I started to make a professional army, and it never really felt like the professional army was that much better than the levies. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. And you know what you can do with your money when you're building, not building because no lumber? Yeah, build lumber. Build lumber. Remember, you can get lumber from RGOs, so just like on the map, or you can build lumber mills. Lumber mills. Here. And then you can turn tools into lumber, and you can build those in woods and forest and jungle locations. Lumber mills. And then if you do have wood RGO, you can build sawmills, and that will, which I should mass build. What do you mean you're not going to build them here? I don't care if there's peasants or not. Eventually there will be peasants. What are you talking about? Eventually there will be peasants. living, okay. And if you really don't have any woods, and you don't have any forest or jungles, and there's no wood RGO, then you need to go conquer someone and take their wood, one way or another. That is an instant top priority situation. Top, tippity top priority. Oh. They're contesting me? They might have professional armies, I'm not sure. Doesn't seem like it's gonna matter. There we go. Nope, those were levies. Downside though, I can't repair these troops. So what we've got is what we've got over here. They can bleed me out. Ooh, rising inflation? No thanks. Liturgical influence. 10,000 ducats for 10 religious influence? Absolutely. Absolutely. We can canonize someone. That means we... Wait, do we have enough? No! I need 3 more prestige. I need 3 more prestige. Then I'll have 60. Then I can have a synod, right? Because that costs 75. And then I can do the synod for 20 prestige. And then we can actually make our own patriarchate. Yippee! Should have just stolen the other ones when I annex people. Bit of a done goof on my part. Try to take the Ethiopian one, but despite importing 15 wood of your vassals, your building still doesn't build. Yeah, there could be a lot of things wrong there. It could be that you think you're importing it, but then you can't actually import it because people in that market use the wood first. It could be that you do import it, but somebody else in your market is using the wood before you are if they have more market access. Or it could be something else you're missing. That's such a cheeky place to get food from. That's so funny. Oh. Why did they decide to pick a fight there and not on their capital? I felt kind of dumb. Maybe they didn't know. They do now. Okay. Well, we got that. What are you trying to build specifically? That is failing to build. Right, there's that mountain fort taken. Now we can grab some free stuff. What is this? Oh, that's Verona. Sorry, Verona. I definitely wasn't thinking about sieging you down. My bad. My bad, Verona. My bad. All right, sure. Look, what? Sometimes we accidentally sack the wrong city in a war. Okay, like, it's okay. What is one city between friends when you think about it? RGO, gold, bridge, and road. Well, it might just be that you don't have enough. Or you might just not have enough gold or enough lumber. Now, yeah, I mean, if you have literally no lumber in your market naturally, like being made anywhere, and then you import it, it will go to whoever has the market access first. More specifically, it will go to whatever location has the highest market access first. So if you're trying to build all 3 of those things, which require lumber, but somebody else with higher market access or location with higher access is also trying to build something that requires lumber, the lumber will go to them first and it will stop building your buildings. If you're low on lumber, I would also recommend only building one thing at a time. That way, it can get built as fast as possible. You run into that issue playing one of the clans in Japan, you can't make troops? Dude, I know. I know. The answer is, build troops immediately on game start and pray, pray that you finish it. Pray that you finish one single troop. And that's it. Then you just build iron forever. Build iron and make sure you build the weapons, and then everybody has troops. Hey! Can you stop, Naples? I'm just trying to siege you down real quick. Alright, no need to make it difficult. What to do about the lack of pops for construction? As in you just don't have enough people to work the things you're trying to build? You wait. You can use the encourage migration cabinet option if you really want pops to move there as well. That will work. But yeah, you kind of just have to wait. Like, you have to wait for pops to grow. Sounds like sharing a market with someone is a death sentence, an MP. They can completely prevent you from building. I mean, it's definitely a bad thing. Like, you want to be in control of the market. Even in single player, like you want to control your markets. You do not want other people controlling the market you're in. In the vast majority of cases, I don't even know what would be a good reason. To be honest with you. Can you go occupy this? They might be willing to peace out now. Yeah. Well, let's hope we don't get coalitioned. We'll see. We'll see. There you go. Now, all of you need to move up here. Very specifically, not through that location. Very specifically, do not want you walking through there. I want you just to walk back home. How's the antagonism looking? Fellas, we may be cooked. Why does Bohemia not care? That feels so weird. Why do the Jalera... Well, I guess they care because I took stuff down here. Our grandson is going of age. Can I arrange a royal marriage for you? Yeah. 0.5 prestige? Why does it say that Austria is an option? Age of consort. Okay. I guess. I guess. 2.36. Oh, it does give me the 60. That was what I needed. Yes. Yes. Okay, so now we need to hold a synod. We will discuss internal affairs. And we will display our prestige to the world for 20 prestige. And then we can create our own patriarchate. Let's go. Huge. Meaning self-headed in Autocephalos Patriarchate is a metropolitan bishop in the Eastern Christian confessions which acts independently and does not subordinate or answer to any other hierarchy, superior church authority. The different patriarchates have their own synods of bishops to decide anything affecting their own religious jurisdiction. Yippee! We have one based in Mount Athos. Where the hell is Mount Athos? What the? Why? I'm guessing it's a holy site. Yeah, it's a holy site. Fair enough, I guess. Due to holy site importance level 2, Mount Athos gates plus 100. Is Constantinople not a holy site? Why didn't we put it there? That's my only question. You know, I don't want to be a hater or anything, but you know, City of World's Desire and all that. Still building all these buildings, by the way. It's gonna take a while. Well, you know what? Fine. The law of nature, known as physis. This tenet rests at the core of our beliefs. It stands for the undisputed fact that Jesus Christ is a dual of and harmonious nature. The coexistence of humanity and divinity is the basis of coexistence that we shall strive to live by. Do I need 50 more? Yes, you can't be orthodoxy for single, composite, or set. Okay, so dual is like a central tenet. Alright. This will impact the maintenance of our monasteries. There you go. That will now be implemented. Oh, we got all kinds of things. I don't have the religious influence for this. Why is it letting me click these buttons? Is it because I have it unpaused? Can I just go through and just give everything out? Kind of funny. Kind of funny. Christology, the theological study around the nature of Christ, his identity, and the union of his various natures is a delicate art. Many scholars classify Christ as fully divine, thus they subscribe to high Christology. Do they like and subscribe to high Christology? While others adhere to the disciplines of low Christology. High Christology, Christ is unequivocally divine. They is tolerant to the true faith. Or low, which is Christ is a mere human. That gives clergy satisfaction. We're already pretty much at max. I think we're going to go Christ is divine. Sure. I'm sure I'm going to break all kinds of religious rules on this one. Liturgical practices. Various worship practices centered around hymns, readings, and rites. Byzantine rites give legitimacy, so that will make cost of court cheaper. And that is adhering to practices popularized by Byzantine priests. We can borrow some of the legitimacy of their faiths. There's local rites, which gives monthly religious influence increase and cultural tradition increase. Or Catholic influenced rites for +1 Diplo reputation. Ooh, I want to click the Catholic rites so bad. Ooh, I want to click the Catholic rites so bad. I think I'm going to. Look, we are a people that like Diplorep. That's my justification, okay? Introduce rites such as Mass, sacraments, and liturgy of the hours in adjacency to Catholic practices. It makes sense, right? We were Catholic, and then we become Orthodox, and we carry over some of the things, all right? You didn't know? Well, to be fair, this is like 100% exploiting the game. But I don't care for this. Essence, known also as Usia. This tenet represents the presence of divinity as part of the architecture of the universe around us and our struggle to fully embrace it. Except the tenet of essence lowers tax but more religious influence. Well, yeah, that's what I want, because I don't tax my clergy. Our patriarchy will integrate this aspect into its core beliefs embraced by all members. Absolutely, absolutely. Person. Deriving from the core concept of concrete reality, this tenet delves into the philosophical and fundamental reality and substance that supports all reality. Having made its appearance in ancient debates, it resurfaced as an important proponent in determining the nature of the Holy Trinity, where it describes its three proponents as sharing one divine essence. So we can have add accepted culture cost for -20%, progress to traditionalist, or we can reject the tenet of person and gain progress towards innovative. That's what I want to do. Our patriarchate will reject this aspect into its core beliefs embraced by all members. Okay, so that doesn't have any special text to it. So I guess we we reject that the Holy Trinity has one divine essence. We say, no, it's three essences. Well, hold on. Don't that make that three gods at that point? I'm just kidding. We're not going to get into that. Mask. Known also as a prosopon, this tenet marries the concept of divine identity in person. Its goal is to underline the uniqueness and value in personhood, both in the divine and believers. Accept the tenet of the mask for less clergy satisfaction. Tolerance of heretics. No. We don't need tolerance of heretics. Even though tolerance of heretics is kind of nice. But I'll take the clergy estate satisfaction and the monthly religious influence as well. We're going to get so much influence. It's going to be great. And then we're going to have nothing to use it on. Christological debates. Debates on the aspect of Christ, our stance towards our brethren sects, and our position on the nature of worship are the lifeblood of keeping our faith alive and vibrant. We can get max literacy for clergy, 10% food consumption, or 0.2 religious influence, and 0.1 spiritualist. I think we'll go for the literacy. We will allow debates. That's fine. Double Sabbath. The Sabbath has been the holy day reserved to God since the time of Moses. It may still be preserved as a day of rest, or it could be considered to be superseded by the Lord's Day on Sunday. Whoa. Ooh. Production efficiency at the cost of literacy. Pop growth. Never mind. Allow double Sabbath. If they're not working, they're making more pops. All right? Hey, I'm just saying. Okay? I'm just saying. You give people the weekends, and they're more babies. That's just how it goes. Allow the double Sabbath. Absolutely. Have a nice weekend. Have a nice weekend. Give me more people to work in the fields. Ooh. Prodigy. Expensive education it is. Normally you'd say tax the clergy. You're making buckets of ducats. I'm making buckets of ducats and not using them. I'm just sitting here. Like, I could be expanding my cities more. But this is more vibe-based than, like, trying to play well-based. I think the next run I might try and actually do good. But I just kind of want to keep expanding Hungary. But really, I want to annex these subjects. We are almost out of time for today. Like, we can't have this band right here blocking me from owning anything, you know? Well, not owning it, but having my name big on the map. This is so bad. Oh, this is all so bad down here. It's funny, though. Instantly, you'd rather the clergy have as much equilibrium as possible for the research rate bonus? Yeah, that's why I'm not taxing them. Right now, they're giving us 23.42% from their satisfaction, so that's pretty nice. Though our average illiteracy is kind of stupid. Like, well, actually, I say that. Italy's looking good, which makes sense. But then we go out here. This isn't bad. This is not bad. No, it's probably because they've towned everything up. And so because they town everything, they get more research. Or more literacy. But even up into here, right? 30 average literacy, 1586, seems pretty nice. I think that's higher than they start with in, like, Big 3. If you build literacy buildings everywhere, you mostly get capped by max literacy. I found that it's easy to max out literacy on clergy. But it's a little bit difficult to max out on literacy for your regular pops. What happened to France? France has been a whole story. So France started off really strong. They joined the HRE. They were elected HRE emperor. And I was kind of sitting here worried that they were going to start running away with the game. And then, you know, it's kind of cool if I had a big rival as well. But then they went bankrupt. I don't know how. Their economy still hasn't recovered. Like, they were up to 828 ducats of tax base. and then it tanked them, and they just died. Like, they started to recover, and then I think there were maybe 2 bankruptcies, or maybe they got occupied here, or like there was a rebellion or something. I'm not sure, but something caused them to just die, and they have slowly but surely been making their way back. This was another bankruptcy right here, this little one, but this was like bankruptcy into bankruptcy, and so there were like no buildings, there was no control here at all. Prosperity was super negative, and so their literacy was just bad. Now I don't know why their literacy would still be bad. I mean, all their pops are just livid. To be fair, their commoners right now are at 0% satisfaction. Well, that makes sense why they're not making any money. Average French citizen right there. 0% satisfaction. Did France delete all of his buildings? Yes. They did. When they went bankrupt, like, all the buildings get deleted. Their capital's not even in Paris right now. It's in Lille, which, to be fair to them, is probably the correct decision. Like, if they're not going to actually use the pops in Paris, you might as well move up here, because there's decent land up here. Like, it'd be better if it's in Paris. But if you only have 3 weaponsmiths in Paris in 1586, you don't deserve Paris. And so they've been struggling. They can still field a lot of troops. Like, they can still field 50, 60,000 levies. We did fight them once because they were allied to Bohemia. But I mean, they're not nearly as strong as Bohemia. And now I'm kind of scared of Bohemia. They have 23,000. Like, they have regulars now. So if I fought Bohemia, it would actually be a close fight again. I should probably... Well, I am making my way towards barracks. And when we get those barracks, we can expand our military a lot more. I mean, I'm making like 2.1k ducats. Like, there's no reason to only be paying 437 ducats of my income on an army. Like, I have 5.8 or 5.6 K tax base. Like, I mean, we're number 1. We've definitely won the game, to be fair. Bankruptcy in EU5 is a free campaign. It is. It is. I mean, debt is just to be avoided at all costs, really. But bankruptcy especially. Where do I even find the bankruptcy button? Did you just, like, do it when you run out of loans to take? Is there no, like, intentional go bankrupt button? Not that I would want to click it. But I don't know where it would be. You love minting to avoid debt? Look at that. It's that easy. Just print more money, stupid. All right? Whoa, what? You don't have enough money for your economy? Just make more. What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? It's that easy. You had to on Portugal? Was Portugal changed at all in the patch? The first patch? Didn't know I had joined the coalition against me. Rude. Rude. Greek patriots. No, 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 no. I'm sorry. Oh, I can also be paying, like, max for my Diplo. And I can just have crazy Diplo rep here. And I can have all the diplomats in the world. And still make plenty of money. Your first Portugal run was today? Ah. Boy, do they not make money. They do not make money. I remember when I did my Portugal run pre-release. I played Portugal twice. The second one I talked about earlier, where I got stuck in a union with France and they kept passing things, and so I had to stop because my estates had no loyalty. But the first time that I tried to play Portugal was crazy. First 3 years of the game, my capital, Lisbon, got hit with diseases. First 3 years. Back to back to back. And it just decimated the pops in Lisboa. Like, it killed the run right then and there. Like, it was over. I ran out of pops in my capital. And then in the game where I stopped from France, I got out of the Black Death and immediately was hit by an earthquake. And it deleted every single building that I had built since game start, plus a couple of extra. And I was so mad. I was so mad. I didn't restart because I wanted to just keep going, right? No birding allowed in EU5 for me. But it was brutal. I watched, and I paid the money too. I paid the money to spare buildings, and I watched every single fine cloth workshop or fine cloth guild disappear. It was so sad. It was so sad. But you know what? That's just how it goes sometimes. That was God punishing us. Shouldn't have done that. Whatever I did, I shouldn't have done it. The economy of Great Zimbabwe is 6 gold provinces with another 8 nearby. We love to get inflation from gold. We love that. We love that. How to view what was the last parliament? I don't know if you can. Bro, I don't think this is going down. I've had minus 1.96 tolerance of heretics for a long time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can view what the last parliament was. You managed to save almost 2.5 million people as England from the Black Death. Okay, when you say that you saved 2.5 million people, do you mean you had 2.5 million people left? Or you had a strategy that you compared to other runs in which you were able to save an additional 2.5 million people? Because that's a lot of people if you did do that save. That's a lot. That's a lot. Also, I think we're wrapping up here. In general, I think we're done for today. I don't know if I want to continue Hungary. I'm gonna be so real with you. I mean, I probably should, right? I should probably just run Hungary through to the end date. Is what I should do. You just go full to the end, and then do another run. Do it in Iron Man. Send that one to the end. Get a bunch of achievements. You had 2.5 million left. Gotcha. Well, that sounds not too bad. I mean, there's only so much you can do about the Black Death. Unless you're Greenland. Yeah. If you're Greenland, well, you know, you could just stop trading for a bit. But eventually, it's going to hit you. Most likely. Like, I played a nation in Burma, Pinya. It's a fun run, by the way. You don't have a lot of iron, and so you gotta plan around that with imports and whatnot. And I avoided getting hit by the Black Death in the initial run, like build up to it, and then it hit me afterwards, and I honestly think it was worse afterwards than it was in the initial hit, because you don't get any of the disaster interactions, right? Like, if you expel the sick, no. I think it's segregate the sick. Segregate the sick gives you a 15% resistance across the board, which can save a lot of pops in the long run. Ghost Rock, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. You built sick houses and 20 hospitals. 20 hospitals, huh? I mean, I guess if you can build the hospitals, it's fine. I don't know. That is a lot of money to spend early on hospitals. But you do save the pops. The pest houses were not a good idea. I'm sorry to tell you. Because pest houses require incense in their production method. And so it gets cut in half from the 30 to 15. Yeah, exactly. So pest houses are bad unless you have incense. So, like, unless you're Yemen or someone in India, like VJ starts with incense that you can use. And the Mamluks, I think, also get access to incense in one way or another. They can get away with the pest houses. Pretty much everyone else, it's not worth. 100-year war is a great moneymaker. Fair enough. The same one was for China in real life. When it came back from Europe, it was way worse. Yeah. So I think it's better just to take the Black Death on the chin and, you know, take the hit. And then over time, just gain the pops back. It'll take 100 years, but you do gain them back eventually. But that's why you got to make sure you're ready to do your pop growth strats. Build your granaries, all right? Not too early, though, because it will make your masonry expensive, and that makes buildings expensive. So you got to kind of time it right. You were deep in the third phase when the Black Death hit? Third phase, huh? I only played England once. Briefly, I did the first phase. I subjugated France in the First War, and I was like, okay, cool, it's doable. And then I stopped, even though that's not the optimal thing to do by any means. Like, you should be yoinking some of their vassals, and you should be breaking them down over like probably 100 years, and splitting them up into dominions and whatnot. But I just didn't want to do that. You'd rather get hit by the Black Death once than by smallpox 10 times in a row, which happened when you played Ireland. It's rough. Right now, I don't know if the actual disease resistance is working as intended, because it feels like you do get a lot of diseases early on, and then you never get diseases again. Or maybe I just don't pay as much attention to them later on in the game. But it seems to be that once you have resistance, like, that's it, you just have it. Like, congratulations, we fixed it, boys. There's no more smallpox in 1600. We did it. It really is that easy. Medicine, never been easier. So I feel like you should be getting hit by diseases more as time goes on. Like, it should be a longer process. But, I mean, that's not that big of a deal. Like, as long as it gets fixed eventually, good. But, like, that's not a high priority. Oh, no. Game is 0 out of 10. I can't believe it doesn't work kind of situation. At least in my opinion. And maybe that's just because I don't want to keep getting hit by diseases. You know, I'm just saying. What if I don't want that to happen? All right, let's see who is live right now that we can raid. Funniest bug you've seen is if you accidentally try to give a building-based country land in a peace deal, it instantly crashes to desktop. They're like, no. Nope. This bank will never own a location. The way it works in real humans is our descendants inherit a small portion of our resistance to diseases, so disease resistance should decrease with time. Right, I think that's the way it's supposed to work. It's just right now, it is, disease happens, everyone dies, those who don't, well, you know, most people die, a lot of people die. Whoever doesn't die lives forever, right? They never die to a disease, ever again. When it should be more of like a long-term process where over time, maybe it becomes less and less devastating, but it's still going to hit, right? It's not like, you know, smallpox wasn't fixed in the 1600s. Or now, maybe. But yeah, that's a different conversation. Let's see. Who be out there? Who'll be out there? Let's see. Cleo's live. I can send you guys on over to Cleo. She's still venison it up? Probably big Venice head. So you guys can go and watch somebody do trade instead of just build RGOs. We had a smallpox case recently. It's 1977, so it can happen. Yeah. Things best avoid. You can know why it happens this way. Immortal pops, unless something is actually killing your pops, i.e. war famine, your pops live forever. I mean, yeah, but I think that is intended. It's just, you know, pops represent like a general amount of population, right? Like, it's not representing death. Like, overall pops grow over time. You know, like people have multiple kids, but I don't know. I don't know. But pops do live a long time. Or they're like replaced, I guess is the idea. Okay, exclamation point VOD to get to the VOD channel. I'm going to get the first 2 VODs up tonight. It's going to happen. The first one should go live tonight at some point on it, and then the second one after it. Exclamation point Discord to get to the Discord. Hang out, chat. Sometimes I even talk about Final Fantasy on there. That might not be a selling point for some people, but you never know. Otherwise, just hang out and also get updates on if I'm going to be streaming or not, maybe what we're up to. We'll be back tomorrow with probably more Hungary, I would say. Thank you all for watching. I do appreciate it. And make sure to be nice to Cleo and say hello and be huge Venice heads. Yes. Venice heads. All right. I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.